And now we're on the camera. Alright. Now I need to write the tweet.
Alright, I'm here. Bilska's almost here.
There's one here.
Alright.
Sometimes
I'm not really in a card gamey mood, but Slay the Spire is something I'm eyeballing, so that's a maybe later for me, frankly.
Maybe later I'll partake in the gameplay with friends. First I'm gonna chew this chip. Chew.
I am. Look at this lovely bag of chips I have here.
Nick, oh my.
I'm going to...
I don't know
I'm going to give you some tasteful ASMR of the chippy chip.
I don't know which is the more infuriating method of how to irritate me. Is it the people that will try to troll and it's like, I'm not gonna explain the thing that you need to do, and then I gotta wait for Bilska to DM me to tell me what he actually needs me to change the symposium? Is it when people are like, I'm sorry, Carl, I would love to play a video game, but reason that is not more reasonable than the thing I'm about to catch them doing in 5 to 15 minutes, or the, now I'm going to subject you to the ASMR of me chewing this chip. I think right now you're in the number 1 slot. Just because of how delicately you crunched that chip.
I mean, I can do it again if you want. I'll do it again.
Oh.
I'll damn well do it again.
Okay.
Hello?
I'll take a potato chip and I'll eat it.
That's literally what I'm doing right now. Was that clean enough audio for you, Carl, or do you need another one to truly irritate you?
I think you might need to do another one for the audience.
Understood. We'll be a little more violent this time. We'll just go with some... Studio-grade audio equipment. That's what I do with it.
It doesn't even bother me. It's just the point of the fact that you're willing to commit to the bit.
Oh, yeah. This is not the most offensive bit I've ever committed to.
True.
This is an ad listen to people burp on the mic and go to the restroom on the mic.
You've heard me get a Actually, no. I'm not going to finish that sentence.
What in the DSP happened?
Nope. This is Carl lore. This is deep Carl lore. If you weren't here, someone's going to have to tell you, and it's going to need to be not on camera.
I'm not going to say anything. It was...
I just got a DM, and I quote, I tune into the stream. Why the hell are you doing potato chip ASMR?
Who DM'd you?
No, he's like Yagami.
Who DM'd you? It wasn't me.
It was Skaven. It was Skaven.
The real question is, why isn't Skaven a part of tonight's festivities? Short answer, because he hasn't joined my Discord! Are you too good?
That might be gay and cringe, Rad Boy.
Are you telling me
You could come play games with us, quite literally. You could help decide what game we play, because it's variety night, which
it is indeed
majority rules, and we get to torture Carl with whatever we want, including subjecting him to more miniature golf if we so please.
Indeed. Or alternatively, I could torture people with barotrauma.
Oh God.
What?
Things I'm grateful I don't own.
Oops, all subs.
Oh, I think most of the game I have are single player.
I mean, do we want to kidnap the rat?
I mean, we should. Either way, we should kidnap the rat.
You should, in fact, kidnap the rap.
Carl, can I do a normal invite to your Discord?
Yeah.
Or is there a procedure?
Yeah.
Cool.
The only thing that I'm gonna have to do is I'll just have to pull him up faster. But then again, I don't have to actually do that because the first preliminary ranks up by itself.
Why in the world is Discord being lame?
Because it's gay. But there's no restriction that's stopping you from inviting people.
Fetching your friends list or send a server invite link to a friend. Discord.gg/nothing. Helpful Discord, helpful. Let's see if my phone's more cooperative.
I'm pretty sure it's also in a link in the live stream.
Yeah. That is the one that sends them to the...
There we go.
To the rules page.
Got it.
I used to put out the fucking thing, and it's like, actually, if they are too lazy to go search through the fucking links that are already posted inside the description of every single live stream, then it is the fact that they don't actually want to be that involved. I'm not doing extra work. Like, if they want to play video games, they can walk in the room like everybody fucking else. But Carl, that's mean. Too bad, Carl's in permanent install ultimate. Somebody shouldn't have tried to be a retard in my face. But Carl, our name isn't irrelevant. I don't care. Everyone's getting the install ultimate. Act right.
Hello, rat. Come game. Come have fun.
Man can only do so much when it comes to making people actually engage in their culture. Imagine if I was Dev.
Whoa.
Wouldn't that be a timeline? Then again, concerning
my shit smooth off live on stream, 4K, Ultra HD, and HDR.
It would
I
appear
can only handle one dev in this world.
It also appear, based on the conversation that we ended up getting onto, where people started asking me about my shit, and I had to relate it to myself and my dramas, that actually people kind of like don't necessarily get how, you know, I avoid these problems that Dev avoids. I am truly one of the most accessible content creators on the platform, currently making consistent content to this day. Keyword in the sentence is consistent. Oh, they're also still mad, by the way.
Yippee.
I mean, it's kind of like not yippee, but then again, who am I to tell a hater to stop doing their job? Their job is to hate. You don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't want to know.
Well, then I can't tell you. The short answer is watch episode 41. Episode 41 of the Yappin has the explanation in the middle. Fair enough. Because it was the second topic I talked about that day.
I do appreciate, and I quote, "My name is not Short Fat Carl." I am reading some of this.
It continues to be the case that if my dry bread agrees with me that Dev does not respond to DMs fast enough. It's not like we're saying in every day we respond to every single name thing that I post. It's like, he still hasn't given me a response to the things I sent him months ago. That continues to be true. It's very true. If it continues to be true, I'm going to keep saying it because it's true. I'm a very simple man. If I respond to somebody's DMs on time, I usually expect some level of basic reciprocation. Yeah, again, I've seen what some of these people online do, and I can understand why some of them don't respond, but that's mostly only the VTubers. After getting into Lum's server, I understand why she has the thing where she goes through and approves each person. Some people are just fucking annoying.
Hey, is that bad, huh?
For VTubers? Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
It's the removal of personality that makes them feel like they can be more aggressive and annoying. The same way that people who forget the human behind the screen when it comes to Devin. Many people like to say that there's a benefit to the walkout issue, and that benefit is the fact that if you behave in any normal way, like any normal person, that's the equivalent of what most people deal with in general. And by that, I'm trying to chew this fucking multivitamin gummy so I can finish my sentence.
Understandable.
And so, the problem is that they don't want to give any level of grace to people because allegedly they heard all about these kinds of people. Mm-hmm. But the problem is they are unwilling to actually engage in any particular conversation because it's just beneficial to them to just pretend that things don't make sense and to lie about it, even if the lie is just by normal attribution. So, as I boot up what should be the first game we use, I can show this off for an example. Because Diane Yap is a content creator, alleged content creator. I think she's just an online troll who keeps getting platformed on shows with people like Wick that keeps trying to basically run countervailing narratives for people like Destiny. Namely, this is being used as a justification for why, actually, when Destiny was being an asshole, when he was trying to play word games with the word unprecedented in talking in the context of Britain, UK politics, and people bringing shit to the country, that allegedly he's actually asking for someone to make a reason for why unprecedented numbers of immigration for nearly 300 years of the history of a country is anything meaningful to talk about, rather than somebody playing word games with the word. What we know is that normal people would ask a question and they get an answer. If somebody asks a question with a question, usually they would like you to answer the first question before we answer the second question. So, here, Diane is trying to run covert counter-narratives for this debate that everybody's been fucking talking about for the last week. Destiny gets asked a question. I forget the guy's name, but he gives him a response. Destiny continues to be facetious about not understanding what unprecedented means, because the conversation is based on the predication of we have such levels of immigration coming into Britain that is so unprecedented, we don't know what to do. Diane tries to say he's trying to ask what in the last 30 years has stood still and not increased in unprecedented ways when it comes to British culture. Why isn't he making an argument? Why isn't he addressing the argument about why immigration is bad that is deeper than there more than there used to be? And the reply that I just wrote before you got here was because some of the migrants in that country that are coming, they don't have space for them in housing. They're not naturalizing to the country because they're not immigrating into it with the intention of taking on the culture of that country that they're inside of. They are raping the government and its people, both in finances and literally raping them. And the people who speak out against that are getting arrested for hate crimes because they happen to be brown people. And they can't have the conversation because before we even get there, Destiny keeps playing a fucking word game about, well, what does unprecedented mean? Unprecedented levels of rape, unprecedented levels of crime, unprecedented levels of civil unrest, unprecedented levels of political politics that are destroying the country because they want to try to benefit for people who aren't from here and don't want to be here, but want the benefits that come from existing in the space that is this country. Apply this in the normal conversations, like, say, for example, Dev goes onto the timeline and asks people about the bomb from last week, from the Momdi protest, the Momdi pipe bomb.
Yep.
And people are being disingenuous to him. Because they assume, oh, I see what you're doing. How don't you know about this bomb? Everybody heard about this bomb. You're just being facetious because you don't like the information where it came from. And the information that he was asking about was, is there any truth to this bomb being real? Or was this the owner of Libs of TikTok being crazy? I forget the woman's name. I know it's a brown woman with a hawk nose, but I don't care because her name is not that important. People just like to attack her legally because of fucking Taylor Lorenz. But I digress.
Mm-hmm.
People are attacking Dev because Dev has put himself in a position where he doesn't actually have the ability to be given good graces. So if I asked that question, I'd get a different response than Dev answering that question. Because Dev has a notorious reputation at this point for, quote, taking the piss out of people. Whereas if I'm taking the piss out of something, I'm only ever giving back what I get. If I ask a question and someone acts like an asshole to me and decides to be tongue-in-cheek, I get to be tongue-in-cheek back. And usually I'll do it on camera and I'll call them retard to the face. But if they then say, you're just upset for no reason, it's like, no, I asked you a question, you didn't answer my question, and now you're being angry that I'm taking my chagrin out on you because you didn't answer my question. Do you want to move the conversation forward and answer my question, or were you just interested in being an asshole? And that can be handled in, like, a simple reply of, you didn't answer my question, so I block you. Oh my god, why did I get blocked by single player Carl? Because you didn't answer my question. I have to do what you say when I want it. I asked a question about something, you went to my post of your own volition, you decided to act like a retard. I chose to put you in the retard pile. Womp womp. Something that some certain people that we happen to know cannot do because they are clarified butter. No matter how you look at it, that's just how people act and behave. But take, for example, what happened on the podcast, right? I told everybody the week before last to start looking up these threads where our hate watchers were and to actually start writing down and recording the threads that they were posting. And then I went through every single one of those threads live on air, and I addressed the questions, and I went through their comments, and I showed how not only were they not even aware what the fuck I actually said, because they're lying to each other about what I said, but that they're not addressing the argument. I'm going to double the pot to $400 next week. $400 for a person that comes from the Birdman's audience to come on camera, turn on their webcam, and on camera explain to me why Anthony Edward West is allowed to be an asshole to everybody on the internet, calling them a grifter, and then never hold himself to his own standards that he demands other people uplift themselves to because he doesn't like how they act and how they make content. None of them are going to come forward because it's about harassing people, not about actually having conversations. You can say the same thing about Dev, but Dev put himself in a position where he likes to take the piss out of people, so people just take the piss out of him constantly. Me, I don't have that problem. If that gets extrapolated across the internet, it makes it hard to have conversations with anyone, because then everyone's going to act like an asshole.
Yeah.
What game are we doing here first? Well, that really depends. Because I want to do multiplayer Slay the Spire, because I want to see what it looks like. But I know there are some people who don't know the game. So, I suppose what we will probably do first is I'm going to pick 3 things that I see in front of me, and then I'm going to flip a coin, and then we're going to start with that.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. I need a coin flipper app. Coin flipper app. Coin flipper app. Coin flip simulator, flip a coin, coin toss online. 1. Looks like we're doing golf first.
Yippee.
And that's like the things I deal with on like a daily basis. These are the kind of conversations I end up having either with myself or with other people about ideas and topics. Ironically, this is sometimes what they do inside of Symposium over in Dev Server. But I can't tell some of you about what's over there because that is a paid section. But in general, over here, it's kind of like some of the conversations we end up having inside of places like the Poop Shoot. Or, in general, inside of Relaxation Lounge, because I think they're currently having a conversation about the thing I just posted about. Like, it's just like, it's kind of like the same thing happening right now to iDubbbz. I now have seen what the Dragon VTuber persona looks like. Oh my god, I can't believe that's what he's doing now.
I find it really funny, frankly.
I think the fact that his
So
own
bad.
I think the fact that his own wife is now participating in the antagonism and is actively watching Kino Casino is fucking hilarious.
Bro, they're getting their own lolcow farm. Like, this is what they've always wanted. You have to stop feeding the trolls. Good God. And of all people, why did it have to be Kino Casino? Why couldn't it have been Keemstar? At least he's reliable when it comes to evil.
I think in the grander scheme of things...
I'm sorry.
I think in the grander scheme of things, it's more important that it just happens to be the right kinds of people in the wrong kinds of places. Because only this group of people could be able to properly handle this level of problems. Because they're problems that they brought on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They brought that on themselves, basically. And
yeah.
As much as you'd like to complain about the thing that they brought on themselves, they could have not done the shit they did, and they wouldn't have to deal with this problem. But they prefer to stay in the shitty little pile where they like to roll around in the mud like shitty little piggies. And nobody can convince them differently, so I guess that's where we're going.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Ugh.
Drama is as drama does. I don't like it any more than the next person. But I'm not going to sit there and say there's nothing I can do about it. I can comp troll the same way I had done the last time that I was on Wick after the install ultimate was triggered, when I showed up on that one panel that Stardust was on in the back end. That black woman tried to call me an incel because I said it's not my job to help women going their own way figure out how they can be less antagonistic towards men. The lobby's open. We're waiting for the other two of you. My Bloodwolf and myself are already here.
Okay.
Because, like, it's the kind of conversation as a society that we precluded ourselves from being able to have. Because some people are little fucking children that can't actually handle serious conversation. They have to make it about themselves. So it was like a version of how that conversation would have gone. Would have been like, single player Carl, do you think it's your job to help uplift women and bring them back into society? No, it is not, because they're not my woman, and they're not my sister, and they're not my mother, and they remove themselves from society. Carl 1. It's always Carl 1. This time it's with a lowercase c, because I made sure to fix my keyboard. It's not my job to bring women back into society, especially if they choose to go their own way, and they choose to de-invest themselves from social society, and the fact that it involves men. Well, that's what a man who hates women would say. But I don't hate women. If I hated women, why am I choosing to raise a child that biologically is not mine with a woman who I intend to have several more children with biologically? Doesn't make sense. Because you're an incel is just a thought-terminating cliche. The conversation has to go past that point. Because even if I hated women socially, that doesn't mean I hate all women in the world. But then, of course, that's like making excuses for the fact of, oh, you don't hate all women, but you'd never act like this with your female cousin. You'd never act like this with your sister. You'd never act like this with your mother. It's like, how do you respect people like that? And how do they have respect for you when you can't do that to other people? It's like, because they're my family, you jackass. I don't know you. It's repugnant. Because basically social niceties only extends as far as you can get something out of it. And then you can't have a conversation. Because now, if you flip it back on them and it's like, okay, so do you think it's your job to uplift men going their own way in society? Anything other than no is a lie. Because if it wasn't the case, people like the honey badgers wouldn't exist. We know that society doesn't give a shit about it. It only cares about it when it's supposedly a quality man. And that entire conversation goes to a very annoying place. Aw, it's Peaceful Pines. Hello, Avalon. Incel is an odd way to spell married, but that's the problem, right? We've gotten far enough in the timeline now that incel has now taken the same place as chud. It's just another word that means person I don't like and sinner.
The Casey Tron strat, call everybody an incel that you don't like.
Yep. Hello. When did you get here?
Like, a minute into your rant.
Okay.
No!
I didn't want to interrupt.
That's okay.
Because I don't want to show my penis.
Hey, yeah, we can...
Damn it.
God damn it, Carl.
Your Carlisms are showing.
Well, I gotta stop being right, God damn it!
The long, black, and uncut.
Just like South Park.
I just
That's a
rolled
good
4
one.
twice on my D20. I keep playing. Okay, worst habit ever. I've started playing Texas Hold'em on Poker Night at the inventory, and I'm doing the stupid Tycho thing where I have a D20 on my desk and I keep throwing it. And then I decide whether or not I'm going to raise or fold based on it. I'm not doing too bad, but sometimes I ignore it. Then it bites me in the ass for ignoring it because I lose a blind to the heavy. Anyways.
I'm surprised that game has come back.
Because someone... So the thing is that it's not... Technically not back. The original is still delisted. This is a remaster. It is a full remaster, which is very lovely.
They don't list it as a full remaster, which is why people are thinking it's, quote, back.
Right, but it is a remaster. It's a really good remaster,
There we go.
too. I've seen the graphical comparisons now. It's not in the same ballpark. It's amazing. I'm going to be honest. I'm perfectly fine with them not listing it as a remake, a remaster, or anything else. Just say it's back. It's fine. I'm good with that.
I saw some people whining about what Tycho says. It's like, no, you can't see it. You can't see it.
Dude, they don't know that Tycho is the peak of 2009, which also means he's an insufferable millennial that I want to beat over the head with a 2x4.
I thought the point is that he was like an insane person and supposed to be unlikable.
That is a part. I mean, I'm pretty sure that is the gist
You
of
just
any
described
arcade.
like most millennials, yes.
Yes,
But I'm a
describing
millennial.
millennials.
Keyword was most.
Yep.
Oh,
Bilsker's like contemplating. Brother, are you pondering the orb? What the hell's going on?
Yes.
Oh my god. Were you just watching
The
Turtles
orb being the
Bob up
ball. Oh,
and down?
who did we lose?
We lost
I don't
Blood Wolf. I think you got a connection error.
Dang it.
That only,
No,
that
I
just
was
means we get
judging
one more.
exactly how much I could hit that ball before I would end up going back in the water.
Also, I just got a hole in one socket.
I will not suck it. You suck it.
Oh no.
Hey, I was
At
playing
best, I
Lady
can hit
Geist.
par.
I was playing Lady Geist earlier, and I went on a tear. I sucked it.
Many such
There was a
cases.
viscous on the other. There was a viscous on the other team, so I just kept making jokes about how Jello tastes good.
So what you're saying is you're a transgender woman online?
hey.
I don't know.
Look.
Congrats, Jay Funky, for coming
I'm gonna
out.
start crunching chips into the mic again. I swear to God. Threat now.
That doesn't bother me.
Can I shoot it into the alligator? That is the question.
Your luck will be better than almost everybody's. I don't think a single person's ever gotten it in.
Ah, crap. Goodbye, Roll World. Oh, no, I lived. In the worst possible way, but I lived.
I lived,
Jay.
bitch.
Devise the backup plan.
Oh, that's unlucky.
Yes, it is, Carl.
Anyways, where were we before I ended up losing my shit because of penis? Oh yeah, that's right.
Something women.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh, damn.
I'm gonna fuck this shit up so many
Okay,
times.
you sounded disappointed that we're gonna be talking about women, Bilsk.
No.
That was really funny.
Yeah, talk about women, and I'm the only woman here.
Women.
Well, you see, the
No,
difference.
damn it, is I knew I was damned to get another bogey.
See, the
While
difference.
Jay pulls further ahead.
Well, see, the difference here, Saf, is that you're not a woman. You're Saffronette.
Exactly. See, because there's
You're the
woman
pick-me girl.
actual. Well, no, there's woman actual biological description. Then there's woman derogatory.
I see.
Derogatory.
You are not woman derogatory.
I was robbed of my hole-in-one. I literally jacked it in, and it said, "No, you're getting stuck on the ledge. This is karma. This is my karma." Anyways, so Back when Mike of the Honey Badgers was just in MGTOW and he was delivering mail in London, men going their own way were treated like they were fucking ogres, unironically, on the internet. They were treated like they were ogres. And in treating them like ogres, people basically said these men contribute nothing to society, we shouldn't think about them, they shouldn't be allowed and afforded opportunities, period. Because if they're going to disinvest themselves from society, they shouldn't be able to benefit from society. And the same thing being done with women is the same. The only difference is that the context becomes women say that they deserve to go their own way and divest because male strategies and female strategies dictate that they should be given different preferential treatment, which in and of itself is just cope at the end of the day, because they're not willing to actually stand to the same behavior status that they gave to and punished men with for almost all of their life and all of their existence, that they were doing it with those people.
Oh, goodbye.
Suffice to say, the way that we treat women online is not the way that we treat men online. Certainly, we used to act as though there were no women on the internet, because we tried to treat people equally, and the only reason why there is a woman on the internet is to basically brag about her body, and to use her body as a dating strategy and as a marketing strategy, as Mariah Mallard has demonstrated through the years of her content. However, the general problem is that in a debate space, especially like a stage like Wix, no person could be able to actually address that problem without actually admitting, yeah, we kind of had a problem with creating an opportunity to control these people because we don't like them. And the problem there is, like, everything. Because the problem, in the context of her asking me with that, she had no idea that I was black. My camera was not on. So, with my camera not being on, and with the only other woman being present there being Stardust herself, because this was the one where Christy Winters came on, when the question was asked, she asked that to me, she was fishing for an answer. And when I gave her my answer, which naturally is the correct response, she then says, well, you hate women. And the problem here is that how do I hate women because I'm not going to make them interact with people that they're removing themselves from interaction with? I'm not trying to make an entire class of food negress. But unfortunately, that's what her answer sounds like. Because if I flip the gender, and I reverse the roles, what do you think should be done for men that need to get back into society and start investing and talking to women? Because they're incels, and they don't go outside, and they sniff coal, and they do things to untowards depictions of women because they have never touched a woman in their life. I don't know. It's not my job to bring those men back into society. Well, clearly you must hate men because you won't help them. It wouldn't make sense. So the behavior here is being dictated because they think that I should do something because it's nice. But I'm not doing it because it's nice. I would do it because it's needed. And they don't need me to save them. If they wanted to be in society, they would come. Because if they wanted to, they would. But suddenly, that entire mentality, when you're talking about an entire group of people, non-firma, that is no longer acceptable. Only when it's men. Because half the problem right now is that you have women in society that are way too fucking entitled. And they use that entitlement as a tool and a weapon.
Is this true?
You don't see men making... You don't see men making... You don't see men making OnlyFans as a get-out-of-jail-free card method for the fact that they're not making enough money in their careers and choices. Very rarely when you do... Yeah, very rarely when you do, you see them dealing with the same consequences that those women would be affected by. And even if you want to say, well, you see, it doesn't mean that men can't get into porn. Yes, it does. Because what stops us is the shame and the antagonism. That is what stops men from going into porn. Why do you think there's not an epidemic of white 18-something males getting fucked by MILFs? It's because we live in the wrong timeline, that's why. But no, there's a reason.
Carl wishes that timeline existed.
Oh, I don't need to exist that timeline. I already did it.
I meant for all the men. All.
I don't know,
I
man.
have a dream.
He has a dream.
I have a dream that one day my nigga Jeffrey will be able to fuck his nigga Caden's mom, cause JC's mom definitely has it going on. I want to see what Victoria has, and I need to know that secret.
Jay, are you still in or did you not die?
Tell me when the next game is up, I'll play.
As soon as
Are you just gonna eat a DNF on this?
He can make it. This is one of the easier
Speed
courses.
running it because I had to type something.
I know your pain.
The fuck?
Just avoiding the snakes altogether. My lead is secured. But anyways, we don't have an epidemic of men having to basically make women's lives better and safer for them. We have an epidemic of women basically justifying that they deserve everything in life because they just have vaginas. And that's kind of annoying and disgusting. Because it implies that the only...
Yeah, this is just an extension of the narcissism epidemic.
No!
Continue. Sorry, go.
But yeah, it just presumes that the only thing that we want out of women in society is sex, and it's not. In fact, half the reason why all of this shit is changing is because the niggas learned to put the fucking penis away. When men learned sexual discernment, and they started realizing that they did not need to try to play the social game of doing what women want, it meant that they... Oh, wow, that happened. How many times has it happened to you now in this course? 3?
Too many. I've gone from bogey to double bogey because of that crap too many times.
When they realize that they can avoid being food niggas by actually just having self-respect, suddenly the I win forever at life game for women stopped working. And for what it's worth, good. Because they don't need to service themselves for the behest of these women. Because these women don't actually like them. They like what they can do for them. So when the food nigga puts his wallet away, and he puts his cock away, and says, actually, I can have fun all by myself, even if that includes him jacking off in his house, guess what she doesn't get? His time, his wallet, his money, the benefits of his time and his money and his wallet and his benefits, and an easy out for when she's bored, consuming and playing things in her interactions in life. Because now she has to be responsible for her own consequences. And women don't want to be accountable for the consequences because that implies that they can actually do something to change things and that it isn't just men destroy everything in the world. And that's hard. That's a hard conversation to have because now people have to take responsibility. Even if the woman herself isn't doing it, the one who asked me that question, you mistimed it, Bill.
I know.
When that woman asked me that question, even if she's a married woman, she can't call me a Ku Klux Kanan. She can't call another woman who does it a Ku Klux Keisha. She can't insult the genders and the demographics because there's a reason why shit's happening. Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh, it was so unlucky.
I mean, this just reminds me of a video of the, like, if men had the right to argue back against women, it would be no penis, no penis, nope, no penis, and then she can't say anything.
Yeah. Because, of course, we make that joke. It's like, you think women are only good for sex? It's like, no, that's how you just argue. If I don't do what you want, you take away from me the thing you think I value. If I don't value the thing that you're trying to use with me, what thing are you going to manipulate me with next? Basically, the argument behind why women will be replaced by machines. I can have your children. When we crack at artificial insemination and the ability to breed with machines, no, you won't. What will you have to offer me? What can you do for me? What are you willing to do for me? Well, I could cook for you. I could clean for you. Why would I need you to do that? I can do that myself. Well, I can do it when you're not here. Why would I need to do that? That's what the robot's for. But your children, why would you need to do that? That's what the robot's for. Robot comes in the room, heavily pregnant. In the middle of the conversation, gets on her knees, starts blowing it. What do I need you for, woman? I can literally do it all by myself. And then what's the negotiating chip? Well, they're not human, and you're not human either. Gunshot!
Well, not really best choice of words since we were very upset at
Still got it on
that,
par.
Chat GPT thing.
Look, I've seen what those women have
Hey,
been.
that's going.
I've seen what those women are tweeting at ChatGPT, and I'm scared.
The only people keeping ChatGPT in business are e-hoes.
Yeah, pretty accurate.
I think I saw like character AI, like the top popular ones. One of them I saw was like a group of boys, and I think it was Russian. But the picture was like a shot of like tall men in the shadows or something.
No, I was robbed. I was robbed again.
Did you check the chimney stack up?
I took the chimney stack up. I did not get my hole in one. That should have been a hole in one shot. Instead, it'll be a hole in two.
So what, eagle on this course?
Yeah, eagle.
Still good.
Which is still good, but...
Yeah, but you gotta catch up by 7, and you have only one hole
I
left.
know. And par is 4 on this, so I'm not catching up by 7.
It's funny that you mention all this stuff, Carl. Going on the dating thing. A girl posted on Twitter when he's the nerdy, unintentionally funny / niche reference guy, and then it's like a picture of Sabrina Carpenter like licking her lips, and I'm like, you don't like this type of person. And
Yeah, they
not
don't.
as an incel, there are hundreds to thousands of these types of guys out there. You're just not willing to date them because you don't actually like them.
Because they're not hot and attractive, and then they have all these other things. I'm sorry, not every man in the world is. Not every man in the world is Henry Cavill. Because if every man in the world, if every man in the world was Henry Cavill, or I'm gonna hit the black ones with this, and I'm sorry, Jay. If every man in the world was Henry Cavill and or Jonathan Majors, then women wouldn't be able to complain because they would still have a man that looks attractive. Because they care more about social function than they do about the actual interaction with their partner.
Yee-hoo.
Now you can launch it off that rock.
That's what I was about to do.
Don't launch it too hard. I guess that works. But yeah, they don't want the guy that's actually cute and nerdy and has interests. They want the guy that is cute and nerdy and has interests and can also fold them back like a lawn chair and is a little bit of an aggressive bastard that looks like Clavicular but acts like Jonathan Majors and Henry Cavill.
So, Henry Cavill. You
Yes.
literally just described Henry Cavill as a person. The man paints Warhammer minis, builds gaming PCs, and he once reloaded his fist and grew his beard out at the same time on camera.
Yeah.
But I've heard women say he's unattractive because he's in the games.
Okay, and those bitches aren't attractive because they're not into games. What are we talking about?
The boss of war will still show a tank.
Be right back. Need to check something. Go ahead and get ready for the next one. I'm good for it.
Okay.
But no, it just still like incentivizes they aren't they don't like this type of person and they never will.
Carl,
Yeah.
what's the password?
The same password
Oh,
always is.
I don't recall it.
This time it has the
Carl.
lowercase c because I'm getting adjusted to the new keyboard. But yeah, the forever question of the relationship between men and women has been ruined by women, and you can't
Repeat
have
that one more time.
CARL1.
It's ruined by specifically liberal white women who have to put their nose in everything.
Yeah. And it's sad because there's two types of liberals. It's the one that will never have a man, who is just a devout feminist that hates everything, including men, and must be constructed. And then it's the liberal women that will say it, but when they turn around, they realize they can get off the phone, and then they are more than happy to hit the position for their husband that will start fucking them over the couch. And sometimes, they're doing it while they're getting railed.
Whoa.
Like,
Hey, he's not wrong.
Like, these women make other women miserable on purpose as a strategy in society, because if they can't find men to compete against their men, then they will always benefit. You gotta think. You gotta think of this on levels, right? Because level 1 through 3 is these women want to keep women miserable because they want to stop the boyfriends. But when they're married, now they're trying to make sure that their partner can't compete in the hierarchy games. Because where the man in public is saying, I deserve to have women because I'm a 10, because I get more money than you, I get more bitches than you, I get more content than you. That woman standing next to him on the side is going to do the social game in private and say, the reason that he deserves it is because he worked for it, and also I manipulated all of his enemies into positions that were weaker so that he had the stronger position, and now I'm going to gloat over that position by showing what my kind of association will bring you in culture and in power, because that's what women do. They are an improvement of your social position, optically and also societally, because now other people will look at you having value because a woman picked you, and now you will be seen as, well, no, maybe I've never thought about that guy before, but now that I know that a woman wants him, I actually want to take him from that woman, because I guess I can do better. And they do it as a stymie position to secure their supremacy. And the only step after that is a baby. And then the step after that is proving you can keep the man after the baby. And so on, and so on, and so on. It's a horrible fucking vicious cycle.
Yeah.
And Skaven's here.
Yes. Also, he realized he's been muted this whole time. He has the golf game though, and trying to ask for the password. Oh well.
Quack.
Please save this man. Save him.
Look, I can only
Save
help.
this pale man.
I can only help so much, but you know that's kind of your fault, Skaven. Anyways.
No, the muting part. He still has the inductee rule. He doesn't have the verified.
Oh, okay. Marcus, can you fix that, please? Just put him up to bring him to the role that's above inductee, which should be neophyte. Then he needs to
who is needed?
One whose name is
Skaven.
Mix Clicking Orc.
Yes, misclicking Skaven. That one, the orcish-looking boy.
He'll need to reconnect so that it gives him the proper room conditions, but he should be fine from there.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I told myself I was going to do that, and then I didn't remember to do that. Silly Carl. Rights are for non-blacks. Anyways, if this conversation were to be had
Skaven, you are going to become a neophyte.
If this conversation was had on a WIC panel, it would be ninless shouting. Because none of the women that are in the liberal position would be willing to actually argue the fact that they created the hellscape that is the dating market. And most of the men that are the victims of that dating market, even if they have now good relationships and good outcomes, when they talk about how they feel and how they were made to feel in that marketplace, they would say, well, that's not my fault.
That's interesting. I don't have that privilege, but I can move him here.
Odd.
Bruh.
And he's still muted.
Yeah, that's because of the role stuff.
And he needs to disconnect and reconnect before it'll fix that, right?
Yes. No worries.
Skaven, disconnect.
Yeah. This is all you, Carl.
I did it.
Unfortunately.
I did
You
it.
did
Where's
it.
the rat?
I don't know why I don't have that privilege, but I don't.
He still has just the inductee role. He needs the different role to fix the permission, and then he can reconnect.
Yeah,
Oh.
hold on. I'll do it. So what you do is you just
Okay.
put him to neophyte, and then you take away inductee, and then I do the thing again. And now...
No, Carl. Okay, never mind.
And now he can
Oh,
speak.
I'll tell you later.
Yeah, the deafening was connected to the role for inductee. It stops people... Huh? Okay, wait. Marcus, you tell me what you're trying to tell me.
I don't have the privilege to swap that.
You are definitely Dingo. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
I'll look in that in a second. I'll look in that right now. Anyways, yeah, if this argument were to be had on on a WIC panel, it would just be a shouting match, because none of the women would take accountability for all of the women in society, and most of the men bringing them consequences, they would look at them, and they would tell them, well, that sucks, bro, womp womp, and womp womp is the reason why the dating market continues to suck, and that's why people like Home Math continue to make money.
Is he the guy that runs the whatever podcast?
No, Home Math is the guy that makes the little life coach doodles, the ones with the images and pictures, and using the
Yeah.
mini charts, like his levels chart, his roles chart, his rules chart. his emotions and feelings and dating relationship charts, that guy. The guy that takes the TikTok posts and turns them into content. Using his drawings. Ho_math.
Gotcha.
Right.
I've never heard of that guy before, so that's good to know.
I think so.
But I ask, it's kind of also the same reason why the whatever podcast dude also makes a shitload of money, because he can profit off of, or they or whoever fucking runs it. I don't know if it's two or one guy. If I'm not mistaken, though, actually one of the girls married one of the hosts that he originally had on. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that.
Mm-hmm.
But it is really funny. You see that it's like, how are these people making money? It's like, well, you see, look at the dating market. You think we're crazy, but no, we have a point.
Okay, here you go. You should now have the ability to do that, Marcus.
Yeah, hold on. Let me check this real quick. Okay. So if I go over somebody, yep, now I can. I don't know why I wasn't able to. That's weird.
It was somehow to the degree that I did not update it to make it for moderators that have Dingo role, because I guess it was something that was only given to head Dingo. And that role's still open. Many such cases. Okay, service template synced, and we're ready to go. Ding 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 ding. Oh, we haven't been here before.
I have not, no.
This will be fun.
But yeah,
That's probably the last round for me before dinner.
okay. But yeah, the entire conversation of men and women's society and who's responsible for making things suck for everybody is a role that women will never take responsibility for, because it destroys their ability for an opportunity of the opinion. Because you have to basically hold them responsible, and they have to be willing to be held responsible. And they will never let you do that, because then they don't have the ability to argue for a better position. This is an evil fucking hole one. Oh my god.
Oh god.
Yeah,
That was evil.
And it's a par 2?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Ain't no way.
I'm going to. I realize that we're on stream, so I can't say what I was going to say.
There we go, I still got par.
I'll say it. I'm just kidding.
That should have been a hole in one.
No, you really don't want to, because then you're gonna get the feds on your ass.
No, that was a joke. I know. I was making a joke too.
We all know what we're thinking. And I'm thinking it right now on part fucking 6!
Here's the safe way you can say it. Oh my god, I'm gonna uninstall the game.
I mean, yeah, true.
Oh, that's what you guys were referring to. I had something else in mind.
No, I know what else you were gonna say. And you can't say that either.
If you did, we definitely are gonna call your ass out.
I'm joking.
I'm
Jeez.
surprised that Skaven has not said a racial slur yet.
Yeah, that's what I was
You
gonna say.
expect the one? That's racist of you. Assuming the rat is gonna
No,
be
I've
racist.
heard what I have heard what he can do off of a stream.
The Skaven has
unassuming.
more than I do.
See, here's another reason why motherfuckers inside of DevCourt usually have problems. They're not used to being on the camera. They're like, I'm not comfortable being on the camera. Why is that? Because I want to say slurs. Every time! It's I want to say slurs!
Yeah, don't do.
I mean, the amount of race jokes that
Oh my
one
God.
guy with
Oh
the
my God.
who
Holy
autistically
shit, you're
plays
about to
games.
get DNF'd. So is Carl. Oh no.
I don't know if you caught that, Carl. Like, the amount of like black man jokes that he made in that fucking
Yeah.
like time we were calling for him. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Are you talking about me?
No, I'm not gonna say his name because I can't remember what it was, but no, brother had made so many like race jokes
Oh.
while talking
Okay,
to
yeah.
Carl, and I'm like, holy shit, you know?
He just couldn't help himself.
He couldn't.
Okay.
I was just so surprised.
it's one of those things that just, you know, I have to accept and learn that literally these guys are just used to having allegedly complete free speech, which also includes them not actually thinking about what they're saying.
Well, the funniest part is this guy, like, is from the UK. So,
Yeah.
like, that was the funniest part.
Talking about now.
Yeah.
It's not that bad with him specifically, but he
So
can
we got
go
him
when
to-
he wants to.
Apparently, Carl got him to the point of, like, him rethinking on how he's supposed to play games.
Oh,
With
Yeah.
a Google Doc.
Yep.
that is hilarious.
Because, like, he kept trying to justify where it's like, listen, I like playing video games, but I also have too many games to play. So, I'm going to rush through them and not enjoy them. I'm going to half-digest them. Bro, that's really bad. Well, you know, it's like I don't do it all the time. I just only do it when I get bored. But these games bore me all the time. So why don't you stop buying them? Well, you see, I've got to play them! I have to play them! No, you don't. The amount
No
of...
means do.
Like, the entire time, you could probably say 80% of that conversation was him comp-trolling us. Because he's just like, we start giving him an opinion. Well, you see, the reason why I do that is because... And then you give him another one, and then you give him another one, and then you give him another one, and he can't stop himself. He can't stop himself. And I don't think it's autism.
I mean, I think it is.
Carl, I just want you to know that this particular course is evil.
I quite enjoy this course, but then again, I'm an evil bastard.
I mean, fucking, this hole is much easier than hole 1.
One, 1 and 2, according to your score.
Listen, we don't talk about that. I'm new to this course. I'm new, bro! I'm new!
How long have you been playing this game?
Long enough, but not this course.
It's just really funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, Carl, I've been playing Marathon. I fucking hate it.
Oh, I'm so sorry, dude.
You've been
No,
playing
this is self-inflicted. This is beyond. Like, seriously.
I'm still sorry for you.
Yes.
No one should have that evil put upon them. Marathon's awful.
It is. Very much.
I'm a huge fan of the original Marathon games. Marathons 1, 2, and Infinity are some of the best games ever made. And this game is trash. Garbage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend has been
Due to diaper fire.
oversimplifying the story of it. I'm like, I already know the story beats of what's happening. At least if you know the lore of what fucking the original Marathon was. If you know what it is, you know how everything is going.
Unfortunately,
Probably 3/4 of my playtime of the original are reading the terminals.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've played a golfing game since Escape to Madagascar 2 on the fucking Wii.
Ah, fuck.
Damn.
Everybody
and
gets all scot free but me. What the fuck, game?
I got rolled back down the hill.
But that's what I said earlier about like, aimed at Marathon. It literally is just a deconstruction, and they don't want to act like the original games exist. And if they do, they have to do it because it's a begrudging way, not because they actually want to. You know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna say it's going back to. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No.
Please, no.
The thing is that my friend's gross oversimplification of it has been corporations are bad. That's it. That's the lesson. It's like, okay.
He's stupid.
That's stupid. That also has nothing to do with the original Marathon.
Well, how he has seen it, or how that's so unfortunate, misclicking.
Goodbye,
How
Steve.
he's seen it so far, because he always oversimplifies something or makes it so that that's not necessarily like a hyper nuance. Like, it's not like the current Marathon is hyper nuanced and like, oh, what could this mean? That was nice. or things like that. It's like, yeah, we know the story beats already, but because of how the story and the lore currently is and showing of like, hey, here's like what happened on the mystery of this stuff, and like, is this actually, you know, like, how the fuck do I put it? A lot of it seems to him that like, yeah, corpo bad, just corpo bad, because that's the only story beat that cyberpunk games ever have. Other than that, and it's like, no, not at all. But he doesn't like the cyberpunk genre to begin with.
So why is he playing it?
Oh,
No,
He's not playing it. He's not playing it. He's literally looking outside in and judging from afar.
Who's making him do that?
Himself.
He should try shutting the fuck up or playing the game.
I mean, even then, you could just look at it and go like, yeah, this is probably what they were really going for anyways. Because like again, going back to like women dating the quote unquote nerdy guys. No, the developers do not like what was made before. They don't. They never had. So they're gonna deconstruct it and sell you the deconstruction and call it a masterpiece. Same thing with fucking movies. I'm sick and tired of it.
With Marathon, I don't even think anyone working at Modern Bungie has played the fucking game, frankly.
No.
No.
I don't even think they're trying to make a deconstruction. I just think they don't give a shit. And they're just using a name because it's cool.
Three bars.
Here's where I lose my lead.
3 bars, that shit.
Like they
That's
want.
what I'm saying, Dave.
Yeah.
They don't care for the original. They're gonna quote unquote deconstruct it.
Yeah.
Meaning they're not gonna take care of what was set forth beforehand. They look at the themes of what the original had and was like, okay, we'll use it as a prop, not as like the story we want to tell.
Well, the thing is I think it's the story that they want to tell, but I also think they looked at the plot and then just derived. And this is me from an outsider's perspective, so correct me if I'm wrong in any lore bits. But I feel like they just looked at it vaguely, media literacy'd it, like they thought they knew what they were doing, and then just applied a modern lens to an older concept.
No, that's exactly what it really is.
Finally got a par.
Oh.
It's not even they hate it, it's they're disinterested, but they want to use the name.
Yeah. They looked in their library. They saw they had a game called Marathon, and they decided they wanted to build an off-brand world inside of it without actually bringing the shit inside of it they needed.
It's vaguely cyberpunk.
Just a shame.
So we're gonna apply Cyberpunk 2077 to it and all the cyberpunk tropes, including neon vomit graphics.
Even though
I like the neon vomit graphics, but they don't fit what this is going for. I would like the neon vomit graphics if it was for literally a thing that did not say Marathon on it.
I mean, they also just basically with this game retcon certain elements that shouldn't be in the game, such as like these weird driving drones that have unique characteristics and personalities. From what I have gathered, there's no mention of this shit.
Nope. The shells are entirely a fabrication. It's because someone watched Ghost in the Shell.
No, it's because no. It's because they wanted to keep making Destiny references. That's all it is. It's not even Ghost in the Shell, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's literally just a Destiny reference while also trying to make Claptrap.
Yeah, it's less about that.
And then
because if they saw Ghost in the Shell, they would have actually written something like interesting
and actually poignant.
That assumes they have the ability to do such a thing.
Yeah,
because most people, I will say, most people who watch Ghost of the Shell these days are incapable of making something poignant about even the media that they consumed.
Please don't.
And Makoto Kusadagi make me feel funny. I'm gonna make my own knockoff care.
There we go.
Shit's Move Off live in 4K HD simulcast, baby. I'm
no. Damn it.
But that's the point I was gonna say though. They if they did write or if they did watch Ghost in the Shell, they would have at least like understood something uniquely interesting and not, hey, look, it's a character that we created, but like not actually a character.
I'm gonna
But
be
it
dead
is
ass with you,
character.
Chief. I'll be dead ass with you, Chief. Even if they did, I don't think these people have the mental capacity to actually do anything more poignant with it.
Yes.
Even that, you're giving them a lot of credit for even that, and I don't even think they could make it to that. I'll be dead ass
Probably.
with you.
Yeah, like
I mean,
that's my
yeah.
thing is that even if they watched it, I don't believe they have the ability to actually be nuanced or interesting with it.
I have now seen everything Ghost in the Shell, and the stuff that critics shat on is actually good, and I'm really mad about it because I've realized that Western critics were literally just here for the animation and nothing else.
But
Well, they
even
see-
the worst Ghost in the Shell stuff is still a 7 out of 10.
Yeah,
That's the
and
worst
these
of
people,
it.
yeah, and these people give it terrible reviews. Like it's the worst thing they've ever seen. They give it like 3s, and it's like 7 out of 10. It's not bad at all.
Well,
Even game?
these critics like see animation and they think it's just a cartoon.
No. I'm talking about anime critics too, dude.
Oh,
Oh,
anime
well,
critics.
well,
oh,
okay.
those are two words. I hate to say it, but
Those
no,
are
these are
shonen
the-
bros.
Yes, they are. That's most of what the West is made up of. Yes.
Yeah. The issue
Uh-oh.
is that they'll look at something like
I might
current
be-
fucking
Okay.
like they'll look at something like fucking Chainsaw
I think you might
Man
have to restart.
Yes.
Oh wait, no,
and
man.
will not understand why is Denji keep doing this. It's
Why did you so horny?
Damn double poke. Yeah, I think I finally lost my lead. What?
I mean,
In the event of a tie,
I mean-
the tying scores remain lead.
No, I know. I just we're still tied. That's what's got me.
Yeah, you're tied for first place.
I mean,
I know.
I'm gonna be honest. Chainsaw Man is like low hanging fruit for shonen.
It's
Even.
low mid. It's fine.
yes, it is. But the thing
Low mid's
about-
fine though.
Yeah.
Nah, not for me.
Well, that's fine.
Not
But
for
I'm
me
talking
either,
for like
I'm
shonen
picky, but-
fans.
Yeah. The
For the
peak of
people it's
shonen
really
for the,
targeted to.
for the peak of shonen for the past 10 years, it still is genuinely JoJo parts 3, 4, and 5. That is the peak
Part
of shonen
2.
and fight. Okay, fair.
No, 3.
It's really
Phantom Blood. Not Phantom Blood. I mean, Battle Tendencies.
it's really just 3 for the most of them because they don't actually want to listen to the parts that are hormone. They want the stands.
I don't care for the stand stuff as much as I do the Haman stuff.
You are
Yeah, but
Congratulations, you have accidentally become a contrarian.
You'd think I'm
My
a
bad.
lol how much I eat dirt in this game.
You will learn, little rat.
I just
You
think
will
it's really
Mother-
interesting
Ah!
as a concept and what is like.
I'm stuck in the
idea of
ribcage
JoJo.
track.
I mean, I like stands and shit like I like personas and shit, so I don't have much to say other than that.
It's more so that each stand is unique to itself, and there is nothing like it, and that's what makes it rather unique. With Hamon, it's very set standard, like forward ability.
Right, but
It's
I mean,
just
it's still
how
the personality. Yeah, it's how creative the user is with it. I mean, that's two
Yes.
different things. But I will say though, as far as writing goes, like it is a dead ass tie between parts 2, 3, and 5. If you ask me,
Yeah.
4 is slightly under.
I
although
don't
4 is
deny
my
that
favorite. I
Hamon's
love 4.
bad. Dude, I like all of it besides 6. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, I
much
think it's just the end. Did you watch it dubbed or subbed?
I watched it subbed.
Cool.
And even
Did you
then,
watch it subbed on
me mad.
Netflix with the bad subtitles, or did you get it elsewhere with good subtitles?
Regardless, that's not the point. I just think it's.
I know. I just
really-
saying that affected my watching experience greatly because I was watching them as they came out. But understandable.
I
I'm
forgot. Okay, so they released the first wave, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's it." I'm like, "Whatever," and then I literally forgot about it, and I'm like, "Wait a minute, they finished it?" I was like so confused.
That's pretty much.
bro. This is why we Google things.
Now hold on, wait a minute. He has a point to have that because there's no world where you would do a part 1 and part 2 release for an anime that is going to be updated weekly and think that people are going to tune the fuck back in like this shit is Stranger Things. Because they did the exact same thing with Stranger Things Season 5, and that's why people
That's
were
fair.
fucking coping about Conformity Gate.
That's fair. That is fair. No, that's a good argument. I just looked it up ahead of time just to figure out what the release order is because I didn't care that much about the release order. I just wanted to. I am upset because I didn't get to watch them weekly. Like, they should have just done them weekly drops, like normal.
Yeah.
But no, Netflix had to have the binge mindset. I'm annoyed by
Well, that is their. Well, see, that's the thing that makes Netflix so like unique when it first came out. It marketed towards the binging mindset, binging movies, binging TV shows. That's what they wanted all the complete seasons for it.
Yeah.
That's how they made money. You got a 9 on the 11th hole. Nice, Carl.
Yeah.
Hey.
But no, it's that's why I'm like, as much as I'm really much of a big fan of Part 7 coming out, and I'm really excited, I'm still skeptical of how they're gonna do it because they said the first episode will be like 42 minutes of animation.
Sorry, I'm gonna need to drop here and go eat some dinner.
Okay.
I'll be back after.
They haven't said anything about anything after that first episode.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, like, what they're gonna do.
I know that Netflix isn't the exclusive in the US, so it's fine in my mind. Because I know exactly how I'm going to watch it. And I'm going to watch it subtitled as it comes out. Because that's me. That's what I like to do.
I'm pretty sure they do have the exclusive streaming rights for it, for official release stuff.
Hold. I thought it was coming out on Crunchyroll too. Hold on.
No.
Let me find out. Hold on.
No. They bought the full exclusive streaming rights to JoJo's.
Mm-hmm. That's why Steel Ball Run's coming. Yep, that's why the Steel Ball Run's coming out on Netflix, and that's why Damon Mills is doing his Johnny Joestar run, and why everybody said, ha ha ha, we're not listening to those subtitles.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep. The dog shit subtitles are back. It's Netflix Global.
I mean, it's less the subtitles in that situation for some people, and more the we know what side you took during you know what side you took versus Monona versus Funimation, and we're not going to listen to rapist Frieza tell us about how other people are gooners. That's mostly what that is.
Subtitles gonna be dog shit.
What I find really funny is that the actor.
So here's the interesting thing, really quick.
Yeah.
Before we get to the voice actors, with the localization, there are actual translated proper subtitles for Part 6, which also got the Netflix exclusive treatment. But here's the dealio. Here's the weird thing. When they did the subtitles for them, they just subtitled the English show, and then if you swap the audio to Japanese and leave the subtitles on English, you get the English subtitles for the English audio, not the actual Japanese to English, which kind of ruined the experience for me, which means I will be waiting, because I ain't dealing with that again, because they sucked.
Just watch them, just pull a magnet from the Aussie, you'll be fine.
That's exactly what I'm going. I'm going to be sailing very far away.
Personally, I don't really care. I'm just gonna watch it. I'm probably gonna have to watch it in English because I'm gonna watch it with my mom.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, I got my mom into watching it with me.
Okay. See, my parents, even though they're not really into anime and what have you, they know I like mecha stuff especially. And when it comes to her, me trying to explain Gundam to her, I'm like, as cool as it is, you would get a headache. Do not try.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, she likes subtitled stuff though. They loved watching Shogun a while back. They loved that shit. I want to watch it eventually.
I just know her, and that I just wouldn't want to like put her through something that. So she. I hate to say it, she's literally like a zoomer when it comes to watching like anything. She has to have 2 things on at the same time, and it's really annoying. So that's why I'm like, and then also I just know that she's not wanting to listen to Japanese words.
See, my thing is like, this is how I would pitch it before you go, like do an I want to make sure, and explain to her that since it was originally intended to be made in Japanese and performed in Japanese, the authenticity of the performances will be better and the viewing experience will be better if you can stomach reading the subtitles.
So Javonka,
No, I just know her, and
Fair.
No,
I mean, fair. Some people
that's
might
why I'm like,
surprise you, but I don't blame you. But that's the pitch I usually make to people when I'm like sub or dub. And then there are some English dubs that are so bad that I'm like, we're not gonna talk about that. That's terrible. Nope. You think you want that? You don't want that. The Pat Labor dub is notoriously terrible, to the point where I actually do want to get some friends together and fan dub it. That'd be fun.
Nigga, you have too many things in your schedule. I ban you from doing that.
I'd have to kill. Hey, look, man. I'd have to kill something on my schedule doing that. Okay, that's probably an after college project at this rate.
Hence why I ban you from doing it. Anyways, some people, unfortunately, J Funky, do not subscribe to the idea of the inch-high barrier of subs. They are incapable of removing themselves from that because they've been listening to things in their native language for their entire life. It is probably possible that even in the other way around in this direction, where a Japanese person might say, I will listen to it in my original subtitles, but I would love to see how the Americans do the project, they will still have that level of intentionality that would fall short to everyone else, because these people, they haven't really changed from that era of content creation from the boomer generation of television cable, because they just use it as an extension of cable, because they just want something to put on the camera.
True. And I know people like that. I don't like consuming media like that. It hurts my soul. Except for in the Japanese way, because their stuff's more curiosity than it is anything else. So they will seek it out, and then you get the iconic forum threads of Japanese people arguing if King of the Hill is better subbed or dubbed, and that stuff gives me life in the morning. So
because it's like I guess it's just like a role reversal of how we like talk about Japanese media.
Yeah, and it's just funny to see the script flipped and then talking about American media exactly how we talk about Japanese media, because the conversation's the same, it's just flipped. Makes sense. But it's really funny because you don't think like that, and then you see it and you're like, hey. It's a little
anime is just
connection.
like
we're not so different.
Anime is just like a flip off of like it's like an evolutionary like split off from like old 1920s to 30s animations.
Yeah, I don't think it ties that much in. I don't think it's that neat.
I mean, have you seen Astro Boy?
I have seen bits of it. It's very cool. But
kidding me. Finally.
No! You're
That's an evil.
You're kidding, Carl. I saw that.
Also, I'll be.
My soul hurt.
Also, you guys are still playing this golf game, right?
What?
I'm gonna install it and join you guys when you're done.
Absolutely.
You have to wait until we're done? You can't just get the game installed and be ready to get in the next lobby?
Well, no, I mean,
I'm installing the game and then like
he meant what you meant. He just said it differently. For next game, like as in next round.
That's one way to interpret a lemon duck penis.
Well, that one was on you. That one was all on you. I comprehended that.
I got what he was saying.
Yeah, that one was easy. Yeah, no, that one was easy. I was like, oh no, the donut's in the cage. He's about to get sacrificed to the gods. Holy shit, that's funny.
What the fuck? What was that?
Just watch the stream. You'll get what he means. But what was I gonna say with well, what's funny is speaking of like subtitles and stuff, my mom and I were watching My Hero, and there's a moment where a character like speaks in English and they have Japanese subtitles on. She asked me why, and then I said, canonically, the character is speaking English in the Japanese version. She's like, oh, that's funny. And I'm like, yeah, and there's another guy who also speaks English, but they're just reading off the same script.
They do that all the time.
It's pretty funny. I will give you that's really funny.
And even like the English actors, like, see, you're even at making her speak English. That's how weirded out she is. And it's like she says that in English.
Amazing. The other thing too, I think especially going back to Pat Labor and it being a really bad dub, you also just lose out on everything about Sergeant Clancy because she's the American transfer cop. You lose all of the bits. You lose all of the jokes of her speaking English, because her most iconic thing and like the running gag is whenever someone's being insufferable, she will just in the most American way possible scream "shut up" in English, and it's really fucking funny. And they get better, and as her performance improves, they get better as time goes on.
Yeah, no, I did when it did came to JoJo's, when I watched that, I did show her the English, like the English, for Joseph and all them.
Okay, good. So she did laugh. Didn't miss out. Good. She didn't miss out.
Yeah.
That's good. That's important.
A couple of them she laughed at. Others she was like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, don't worry then."
Did you show her like the roller that?
The road roller? Oh my god.
Oh. Yeah, I did.
Was that a laugh or was that just pure
God.
confusion?
Pure confusion.
Oh my god. No, that hurts. That hurts a little.
Dude, she's like 50.
You expect a gilf to understand these things?
Okay, don't call my mom a gilf.
Fair.
Don't call my mom, like, and I'm not being like joking or whatever. Just please don't. That's weird.
No, I was joking when I did that. I didn't want a little Edward. No, stop it. No, stop.
Has got it.
So there's a long running joke here. So Skaven, his mom goes on TikTok and posts the most deranged kind of purple state content that you'd expect of a person of her age. But unfortunately, the running joke has been Carl will hear about someone's mom and attempt to seduce them. You came during an era after we did season 1 and season 2 of Radio Carl, so there's a running joke in the Radio Carl skits where don't let single player Carl learn about your mom, he's gonna try to fuck her. I was trying to continue that joke.
That's fair.
And that would be my woman getting angry about the antics I do on the internet.
Also, I found a very funny meme, and I'm surprised that everybody was like, why do they look so bad? It pertains to the Overwatch games that just got announced.
Oh, I've seen the Nier one. Yeah. It's not as bad as it could have been, frankly. It's not as bad as some people are making it out to be, but it's not great either. Let's put it that way.
I read it as this, that it's cosplay / dressing up, not like the actual characters from it. That's how I view it as. It's better way to view it
as.
Because it's like, because if I had my will and way, I would make Genji 2B, because do you know the amount of people that would pay for a cross-dressing Genji skin? Fucking insane. They are there.
That's about right.
And speaking of cross-dressing...
Lemon Duck, are you going to join the game?
Yeah, it's up.
No, this was for Lemon Duck. Lemon Duck is just... Did he disappear? Is he here? Is he alive? Is he safe? Is he warm?
Let me see my Steam. It's on 50%. I might.
Oh my god,
okay, so probably play another one.
Okay, we're playing another one. Run it back.
Yeah, just play another one.
Before we go any further, I need to join in.
Well, you're still at 50%, so
50%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like still 50%. For this laptop, it's loading us faster than expected.
Oh dear God.
Okay, whatever. Just play another one and then you'll play it on the after. What I was gonna say earlier was that speaking of cross-dressing, the Japanese actor that does play Johnny Joestar actively cross-dresses to fuck with people. It's funny.
I love that.
So immediately when people found out about that, they put Johnny in a maid outfit.
That pipeline's gonna go further into people thinking Johnny is trans for some reason.
No, stop! You're gonna ruin it. Don't ruin a funny.
I was gonna say.
Ruin the funny. I'm just singing.
Don't ruin it.
I'm not ruining it. I'm just warning.
Yes, you are.
Every time you say the sacred aloud, a Tumblerina will ruin it. Silence.
Because you're giving them fucking.
Don't speak. Don't speak it out into the world. Someone will get the idea.
Yeah, you're giving them the idea.
leave the cursed knowledge inside your mind, lest it be spread. If you do not want it to be spread,
you don't want to commit the
Nice,
Carl
hole
curse.
in one.
Because if you commit the Carl curse, then Apollo's going to curse you with the gift of omniscience, and then you're going to end up having to sit here watching the thing that you wish didn't happen.
like every hockey fan having to acknowledge the existence of heated rivalry.
Or every
It's sort of like me, and every time I have a cool idea for something.
The Japanese
it
have
gets
backtracked.
fucking stolen.
That's fine by me. I can now point with citations. It's
It gets
great.
stolen cosmically because some force beyond
I know,
beyond my
but it's
corporations
still
just fucking
happening.
with me.
The
Yeah.
topic is happening and it's annoying.
The topic is happening and the topic is annoying, but now we can own them because we're actually right. And it was a translation thing that they left originally, and now they're like, fuck, go back. They're insufferable.
As is in Persona, as it will be every time they pretend to play in Mega 10, as it will be again.
Amen. Amen. It will happen again with Persona 4. And Smash JT will fall for it because he's never played a Persona game. It will happen. It will happen because it always happens, because nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever happens and everything happens.
Because
Everything
nothing happens,
happens,
everything
and
happens.
Yeah.
Much like the 20th century, nothing happened and everything happened all at once.
Thank you, Lemon Duck.
Anyways, so, but with JoJo, I'm gonna be real. I am
85% done.
Lemon Duck,
Okay.
I will server deafen you. Stop it.
Sorry.
I was gonna mention with Hamon and Stans, he already peaked with so I think Bilsker has to tell me again his point on part 3, but he viewed it still kind of like a like a standard battle shonen, which is not how you should view it. I think I could be wrong, but like his disdain for it very much is in line with that mentality.
So when you say he didn't view Part 3 as a standard battle shonen, what is it you're trying to communicate?
I think he viewed it as like it was Dragon Ball or something.
So instead of it being a battle shonen, he thought it was like an episodic saga.
No, like the stands are just like a way for like a typical battle shonen would be used.
Okay. So he thought that they were basically supposed to be like one-off character jokes / memes.
Or Power Stalers.
I suppose we'll have to.
Devil's Fruit from One Piece.
I suppose we'll have to hear his opinion on that, because that's very confusing.
I could be wrong. Yeah, so like he thinks that Hamon was much more interesting, which I can see where he's coming from. And the stands, it might have been also the story structure, but it truly like Araki was cooking with something far greater than with oil when it came to stands. I'll be honest.
Yes.
Like Hamon was like fine seasoning. Stands are like the rest of the dish. That's like how I'm viewing it.
I do like, though, that he still made it in a way where you can't have one without the other, which I appreciate, instead of just trying to like retcon it away. It's just we doing this shit now, but also it still pops up in being relevant again because Joseph does both.
It stands stands to me. Stands and Hamon are like to me like a version of T, and like Pokemon's mixed.
Hamon was literally supposed to be like Chi, like that was never that was never in contention. But stands are completely different and much more significantly supernatural than the concept of Hamon. It's very, very different.
I wasn't comparing Hamon and stands together. Right? It was just like a.
I would not. That's not really how that one works.
I was just saying that like fucking. I was just saying, like, stands are much more like a mixture between, like, having a Pokemon, no, not a Pokemon, having, like, a yokai slash Jin spiritual
Yeah. Okay, I follow. I follow with you now. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. Okay.
I was going to say Pokemon, but then I realized it was nothing.
No, that is. Oh hell no.
I was mentally stun locked out of making 3 consistent shots because he could not finish a thought.
My God.
Okay.
Very interesting.
It was more the I lost a shot off the Pokemon comp.
Okay, so Hormone is life energy. That's what Hormone is. Hormone was life energy. That was them inserting the most closest, I guess if we're going to say Dragon Ball-esque concept, that was them trying to get the concept of life energy into the series. Life energy, vampires, literally holy energy, chosen by God, holy vengeance against the person who chose to throw away his life force and become a monster because he wanted to be more than human. Then, when we go into Battle Tendency, we have to then deal with the concept that it needs to be more than just life energy, because who wants to see a 3rd season of vampires? Because first it was, here's what happens when a human gets vampire powers. Then, here's what happens when an ascended human gets vampire powers. And then, from there, it becomes, but what if everybody has their own ability? And Hamon is just the life energy being animated in the form of a personalized version of self that is the stand. That is it. That is all that is. So, when Hiraki started designing these concepts and these characters and their personality traits, he was choosing to do so in a way to make them eccentric, which is what led to the joke of, I can't tell who the enemy stand user is, since all the people themselves are eccentric individuals, which only is made better by the fact that the people that he was making the content from was, oh my god, I went to the top of the barrier. Now I'm twice angry at Lemon Duck. So, the people that he was making the content about were eccentric people, because all of the stands are named after musical characters, musical people, musical acts, and musical personas of those musical artists and their musical acts. So, every person's personality trait and how they were expressed was a part of the character that it was originated from. And whatever song and whatever era of songs were being used to create the characters was what created the individual personalities of the stands. Regardless of the mimetic tropes that are relevant to concepts that are usually only really understood through the lens of Japan is weird and they're interested in American things, a normal person trying to engage with that particular content would easily be able to stumble and think, well, it's kind of like this other battle anime that I've watched, but it's not at all like it, because it's less like a battle anime, and it's more like a never-ending episodic saga that is always being updated by the next progenitor bloodline that relates to the rest of the content in the sphere of, how the fuck did you get over there? Oh, he wrote to the entire top. I never went that way. That relates to the entire rest of the spectacle and the entire top of JoJo as a franchise. Because if you skip parts, because I don't like that part, I like the part with the other stuff, you're missing how everything evolves. And that's kind of the reason why a lot of people will tell people to not be part skippers. Because if you just immediately say, oh, well, I don't want to do that, that sounds boring, you're actually going to miss how each era and each generation relates to itself. At least up from 1 to 6. Once you get into part 7, and you're at Steel Ball Run, and then eventually you get into, I forget what part 8 is called, you no longer have that problem.
JoJo Lands.
Yeah,
JoJo Land. Sorry.
Yeah, but when you get to the point of where that matters, you're going to miss the comparison details between the people that are related to other characters that would have been basically from what is effectively a time skip. So, if you skip part 1 and part 2, you're not going to understand the reason why the stand that Joseph has is the stand he has, because ultimately it's not going to make sense. But ultimately it's just told by the name of the franchise hold. So it wouldn't have mattered if he had named them the way that he named them. It had more to do with the actual building story and how they're related. So it's the reason why the particular parts of the Taros for part 3 are called one thing, but then when it comes to the Battle in Egypt arc, they stop being called Taros and start being called Egyptian gods. The entire point was effectively dealing with people with massive egos and complexes around religion and art, and how those musical artists and themselves and the people felt about that religion and art.
This
Sometimes
is why it pays to have a history of rock and roll behind your belt before watching JoJo. Anyways.
And that's why I wanted to show it to my parents, because they are they grew up with that music specifically.
Love that.
Indeed.
And so that's what I wanted to show them. My dad didn't like it. He didn't like how Dio was a villain, and I'm like, but Dad, he's the villain. He's like, yeah, but he's kind of, I just don't like it. And I'm like, okay, you know, I didn't want to push it on. My mom was still willing to watch it, so I was like, okay. Also, it's not just part 3 that the stands are named after.
No, it's all of
after
them.
part 3. It was all of them. For instance, Buford was changed to Blueford, Donovan, Dono Bang, don't ask me why, and so on. Like, that's why they had a bunch of name changes. They had a bunch of
See, that's the thing. That is the thing that I do appreciate though about the subs, is that they were able to preserve a lot of them in the sub.
What are we playing now?
Thankfully,
we're still on golf.
playing golf at the moment.
So the thing,
but I will say it is going to be soon time for me and Bilsker to peel off and do our own thing. 'Cause
And
it is
also
almost
take the
7.
rat with us.
Yes.
Our anime.
okay.
Oh.
So like,
But
yeah.
wait,
I'm good for, like, if you guys aren't in the middle of a round right now, I'm good for like another
We
one.
are in the middle of a round right now. We are at hole 10, so this is probably gonna be the last one.
Also,
Rip.
I just got here, and
You
I
did.
wanted to
Well,
play
if you
a game
want to
with
play
both of
golf,
them.
we're not gonna stop you. So like,
No,
go
man,
ahead.
enjoy.
Yes.
Play some golf with the guys.
So
Yes,
unlucky.
please
So
do.
unlucky.
I'm like
Shit. Oh
tempted to show
God.
up to my
Also, I want to say I changed my mind about like stands being like Jin slash
No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
I mean, that was pretty self-apparent as to the conversation that we just had. You're good.
after all this, I feel like it's after this, I somewhat find it somewhat similar to the Force, but not entirely.
Okay. The easiest way I explained it in layman's terms is every character looks weird and has a superpower that's very specific to them. That was like the easiest way I like understood it to my parents. I'm like,
Indeed.
that's what it is. Each person looks different and has their own unique power, and you just kind of have to go with it. And they're like, okay. And I'm like, and a lot of them are not cohesive. It's just they have an ability. So then I showed them Superfly and said, yes, that's a superpower.
We love Superfly.
It's just a fucking tower.
And all the girls say he's pretty fly.
It's funny as hell.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's like basically what they are. I like the idea over the other, but I'm not gonna say like Hamon's bad or anything. That's not the point.
No, that is not the point at all.
Nope.
No.
Yes. No, it's not. It's just to tell them how they evolved.
I still think that the Hamon parts of JoJo's are better. That's my own
I
personal
would
take on it.
massively disagree. I think they're
You
still
can't
good.
have one without the other.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is, right, like, I have to massively disagree that stands are better, because I think that the manga and the show both get weaker as they move deeper into stands compared to where they were in Hamon.
Massively
in-
disagree.
Yeah, I also disagree with that take. But
That's fair.
Is that just you liking your old school more battle kung fu thing?
To be honest, I think that the peak of the show is part 2, battle tendencies. I think that it had the best characters. I think it had the most interesting plot. I think it had the best villains.
Disagree.
And I think the show, and the manga degrade when they hit.
No, as fun as part 2 is, hi, this is Avalon, by the way.
Hey, Avalon.
Holy shit, nay, my man.
As fun as part 2 is, and it really is a Bugs Bunny cartoon, It has
Yes.
narrative flow problems that can't be ignored. The art style, while an evolution of the previous part to an extent, representing a kind of increase in skill, still fundamentally carried with it the identity of someone who is trying to copy Fist of the North Star. It wasn't until late part 4 and early part 5 that Araki really developed into his own style. I don't think a copycat style with kind of this weird flow, and my knowledge comes from the manga. The
That's
anime
fair.
kind of cleans it up a little, but still, if you're judging it by the way it's actually written, by the way it was intended to be written, like I could list out all sorts of problems with the way they set things up.
Those are all fair criticisms. It's just fundamentally, I still think that I prefer the art style in the early days of JoJo's. I prefer the power, the way the powers function in the early days of JoJo's, and I massively prefer the Pillarmen as villains to what came later. I also I'm not that into the stands. Like, you know, I mean, cool, they're fine, and I will give it this: Part 4 almost touches the peaks of Part 2, almost.
I really love Part 4. You have no idea.
But I think that after Part 4, and I stopped reading after Stone Ocean, and I haven't watched Stone Ocean yet. I will watch Stone Ocean in preparation for Steel Ball Run.
I'm gonna be dead ass with you. I'm a big.
Let me finish this part.
Sorry.
But I cannot escape the conclusion. I think Part 5 is probably the weakest.
No,
Part
no,
3 more than 5.
No, Part 5.
After
Part 5 by far had the best flow.
But here, let me give you my
Every single thing that happens in Part 5 happens right after something else had happened in Part
fair.
5.
Look,
in
look,
Part 2, there are massive gaps in time just to force the plot to go where they needed it to go.
Okay, but like,
fair, that's
see,
fair.
here's my thing, right? Here's my list. Okay, Part 2, then Part 4, then Part 1, Part 3, Part 5.
I would say that in terms of overall writing quality, the worst one is probably Part 1. The second to worst one is probably everything in Part 3 until they reach Egypt. It's a massive slog to get through, especially since early stands were incredibly experimental. You just have a stand that's a bug. It doesn't have any special abilities, really. It's just really fast. That's.
And then you have the
I know.
fucking stand.
And look.
Stand that's an entire ship that has it.
Here's the thing.
Ship.
The boat.
Here's the thing, right? Like, if Part 3 had cut out like 3/4 of the journey to Egypt and 3/4 of the journey across Egypt and condensed itself down to being the same size as Part 4, Part 5, then it would be probably second best to Part 2 in my opinion.
Oh yeah, it would be fantastic. The problem is just
it's all the bloat.
The bloat was in one sense Araki accumulating experience with this new power system, which was necessary. But still, like if you're
the product suffers from a mental analysis for it.
As someone who's watched the anime with a bunch of friends as well, several times over, I can say that, so, in terms of Part 1, to clear up a misconception, first of all, Part 1 of the anime cut out a fair number of things that happened in the manga.
Yes, it did.
Like there was a scene with Dio playing around with a pocket watch at one point. There was another scene with Jonathan going to his room after losing in a manners competition at his table. Like, you saw that, and then he goes to his room, looks at a picture of his mother, they show his mother, he eats a piece of chocolate. There's all sorts of, like, little things like that they just took out for narrative flow, which made Part 1 in the anime very short.
Yeah, I am kind of disappointed by that, frankly. I think Part 1 kind of got done dirty.
Yeah,
Part 3 did the opposite and just made everything take way too long.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
part 2, the reason it comes across so well in the anime is because it kind of doesn't do either of them, and it's between one that cuts things down and doesn't really give characters enough time to breathe, and one that just lingers on the fights themselves too long. And also, it's a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Like, Caesar is basically, like I said that earlier, but Caesar is basically Daffy Duck. Joseph Joseph has definitely got Bugs Bunny energy. His entire way of fighting is like what a slightly more serious Bugs Bunny would come.
It's time for the secret Joestar family's technique. Run away!
Stressing.
Yeah. So a lot of I just want to mention, if I may, about part 3. So about part 3, it's not just that he was experimenting with stands and stuff. Think about it like this: that Araki was also trying to experiment with a whole new crew with vastly different like origins in mind. That's why some of the episodes were, it's like originally Whole Horse was meant to join the crew, but he decided not to because it just felt too cliche, and that he would have to develop like character chemistry and stuff for it. With part 1 and part 2, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the character chemistry just felt super quick and forced. I understand for William Zappelli, I can understand for William Zappelli and Jonathan getting along very quickly because teacher and student makes sense. But then with Caesar and Joseph getting over their like stupid one-sided rivalry, realistically it is one-sided. It's a rival. Okay, I say one-sided. It's that they both are rivals, but they had different ideas rather than they wanted to be better than the other. Anyways, they got over that really quickly with the oil, like, trick thing, and I don't know. It just felt kind of short. Like there should have been more to it, and that's where, with part 3, you can see like how Polnareff, Kakyoin. It wasn't just that it was the Joseph story. It was a story of them.
Right. I just think the part 3 feels very belated.
Part 1 had the issue of introducing a bunch of characters and then immediately killing them off.
Yeah.
It kind of, especially when you do that late in the story, it kind of, like, it's just not good writing. In part, like, he needed a character who was a frontline fighter that he could kill off just to show how Dio has gotten stronger, to glaze Dio, and it's like,
yeah,
there's ways that he could have done that if he weren't just making things up as he went along. Like, he could have made Speedwagon also a fighter, and then he could have just killed Speedwagon. That would have consequences for later, but that's what a typical writer would do, someone who's, you know, not just making things up as he goes along.
I mean, to be clear, like, aside from, I think it's uncontroversial to say that 3 is not terribly good in retrospect.
Only the Egypt stuff is good.
No,
specifically the part when they are storming Dio's castle is very good, and the beginning is very good, right? Like
the fight with like Jotaro and Dio.
Okay, but
I think
that's what I was saying. But yes,
I think that
so
the
just real quick,
exact
Avalon.
point that the writing massively improved is when Iggy joined the crew. I think he was the X factor. I think
he was. He was,
of course,
1000%.
I mean,
But so
originally
just
it was
real
going to
quick.
be Anne all the way.
Real quick, like at the beginning, the first several episodes or chapters of Volume 3 are very good. They set up the stakes very well, they set up the scenario very well, they set up the initial crew very well, and they give you a good idea of what to expect. And the ending of the show, once you get to Egypt and once things start happening, I would say, like, once they start seriously penetrating Dio's castle, right? That's very good, and it is also done very well. The problem is getting from point A to point C is that Point B is trudging through a desert for 40 years. I do not care for the journey to Egypt, nor do I care for the journey through Egypt to get to where Dio's castle is. It's very boring, it's very forced, and it's very drawn out for no apparent reason. And this is both in text and animation. Sorry, Reflex. Now please continue.
Okay, I think y'all are literally like watching, or not really watching, the whole point of part 3 is rather it's the journey, not the destination as a whole. And
yeah, but when you make
point.
the destination's writing just so much better, it kind of undercuts that.
Well, yeah, because there has to be a payoff to the journey.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the journey is not an enjoyable experience. I don't mean enjoyable as in it isn't pleasant. I mean it isn't enjoyable as in it's difficult to get through because it becomes very samey, and all of the episodes start to blend together in a morass of, haven't we done this already?
I think in the sense that it would be easier for someone experienced with writing Hamon to continue to write with Hamon in the short term, that part 3 probably would have been better if they were still using Hamon. And that a lot of time spent in part 3 was probably spent trying to adapt to this new system with stands, which probably resulted in a lot of wasted time. But that being said, I think that I can agree with that. The earlier statement about Hamon being a better system of power or preferring it, that just doesn't make any sense. The problem is Hamon is limited. It's primarily used against vampires and kind of the architects of vampires. It's not really used on much else. It's very versatile, but also very limited. It's hard to write for something like that. It's genuinely very hard to do that. There's a reason Demon Slayer, which has a similar power system, was actually fairly short, all things considered. It's because eventually you do just run out of material with that power system. I think Araki actually explained this at one point, that he felt he reached the limits of what it was capable of, and the only way to really go further with it was basically just to endlessly increase power scaling. And after a certain point that becomes ridiculous, and it's not really the kind of story he wanted to write. He wanted to write a story where the scales are kind of reset with every generation. And you can't do that if you're infinitely increasing power scaling to a point of ridiculousness. You have to reset the power levels. These two things are in direct contrast with each other. He had to come up with a way to make interesting powers instead of infinitely scaling powers if he wanted to reset with every new generation. That's just what he wanted to do, and he came up with a power system that did that correctly. It did that so correctly that all sorts of stories do that kind of thing now, where they introduce new characters with kind of tricky abilities, and their characters are relatively fragile by comparison. So the whole point is to get one good shot on someone and beat them that way. Unravel their power, explore their power, do interesting things with it, and then manage to come up with a logic to pierce through it. Lots of stories do that now. Very few stories, by comparison, try to recreate Hamon that aren't literally just, as I said, Demon Slayer.
I just want to mention, when it comes to Demon Slayer, it was used as a standard battle shonen setting, rather than the actual character uses it in such a unique way that only within that universe it could be done that way.
And that may be the case. I'm perfectly willing to accept that. However, it doesn't change the fact that I still think the part 2 is the best part of JoJo's.
I mean, that's fair. We're not gonna deny it, but like, dude,
I think the part 4 is the only later part that comes close. Also, I just legitimately do enjoy the Pillarmen as villains more than any of the stand users that came after.
I think the more important question to ask. Wait a second. I think the more important question to ask, Bilsker, is why do you enjoy Part 4 the same way you enjoy Part 2?
Because Part 4 still had a balance of the old characteristics of JoJo's mixed with the stand era of JoJo's, but without the severe roughness and obvious prototype nature of Part 3. Because Part 3, to me, is an obvious prototype.
So, like you, in a certain way, like me, like Part 4, because it's like much more down mundane than like reviving an old villain.
I wouldn't call it mundane anyway. Like, there is still Yoshikage Kira, who is very obviously like an attempt to. I would say that Yoshikage Kira, another thing that I like about him is that he is an attempt to redo Cars, right?
Not.
I would say,
I disagree.
In terms of the threat that he represents,
it's not. I feel like he's much more of a.
No, that's you're right. That's a whack statement. My apologies.
He's much more of a similar threat to like the obvious murder and a murder mystery, or like if I dare utter this, insert murderer in a mascot car symbol. Mascot.
I gotcha.
Game. Like you can pick the most.
And
I am gonna go get ready for TV time and whatnot. So have a great one, everybody. Avalon, stay silly and keep enjoying robots.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I will need you to leave in a moment or two, also. But
well, I'm gonna give you like a 20-minute window to yap. I need to stretch for a bit. So
you're good, man.
Y'all.
Okay. So on Part 4, do you know what? So first of all, Araki also said about Part 3, the idea that initially went into Part 3. Have you ever heard what that is?
No, I have not.
So, like, one of the reasons, like the aesthetic reason he went with stands in particular, like as I said, he needed something that he could reset each time, but the reason he went with stands in particular is because he envisioned a fist coming over someone's shoulder and hitting someone, and he thought that was a cool idea, and he wanted to draw that. So he wanted to do that, okay? In Part 4, by contrast, what he said is that during Part 3, they went to all sorts of fantastic places. Araki also traveled the world. He still
I'm aware of that.
I think. And as interesting as it was to draw all of these locations, he wanted something closer to home. He wanted to draw stand fights happening just inside of your house, basically. Mario itself is kind of modeled around his hometown, what he remembered it being when he was that age.
And the reason why Part 8 reuses Morio as a setting is because of Sendai's massive flooding that killed countless, well, I say countless, I don't know the exact count of people that it had killed, but a lot of people in Sendai kind of lost themselves of like a sense of identity, and that's why Part 8 is written in such a way of like, of Josuke, yes, that is his name, is trying to figure out who Josuke
his name is Gappy.
Okay, anyways. He's trying to discover himself and who he is, and that's like the idea of the story. With Part 4, it was more so his town also is just known for nothing. There's not really a big thing about it, and so he thought, let's put something in it. That's why it's the theme of the third intro is crazy noises, bizarre town, because there's crazy shit that's going on in such a bizarre town, yet the real life counterpart is just, it's kind of boring. It's nothing. And that's kind of the contrast of it. It's more so also, I want to mention with part 3, there's a lot of horror slasher film like references in it that a lot of people don't realize. Chucky, The Thing, Freddy Krueger with Nightmare on Elm Street, shit like that. A lot of people don't realize that's what like most of the abilities are kind of referencing. He had a massive fascination with horror movies, specifically ones from the West.
Yes.
He probably, I think also the TV scene when they were in the hotel and trying to figure out where Dio was and stuff, and Dio figures it out, was probably a reference to The Ring. Probably. But I still think that a lot of people that view part 3 and go like, oh, it's a slog to get through, aren't viewing it for like the right reasons. I'll be honest. I just don't agree with both of your assessments on it.
I think that if you've watched it like 6 times, you will eventually come to that opinion.
I came to that opinion on the first watch through, and it was only deepened on the second and third watch through.
I don't know.
I think you have to watch it as it comes out, otherwise you're not gonna enjoy it. That being said, so part 4, part 4,
right,
it had 3 let me think. I think basically 3 separate serial killers that were kind of working through it. You had Angelo at the start, and then you had what's his name? The stand user of Red Hot Chili Pepper.
I forget his name.
I think it's Akira something. Akira Otoishi, I think.
I believe, and they're all kind of the man behind. They're all kind of the people who Yoshikage Kira's behind.
Sort of. Dio was really the reason behind that.
Oh, sorry, you said part 3, not part 4. That's my bad.
No, I said part 4. Dio is just kind of the original seed of evil that caused the arrow to proliferate in that area.
Oh, yeah.
A bunch of stand users. Stands themselves are also kind of interesting. Like, if you read between the lines, they say that the arrows were made from a meteor that were sent to space. The meteor seems to, like the arrows themselves seem to seek out those according to fate, which is a physical force instead of a metaphysical one, strong fighters, or rather those with strong determination. Which is kind of just a way of saying stand arrows represent Araki's pen, and he writes those kinds of characters predominantly. Like if you read between the lines a little, that's kind of it. Which I think is why he isn't particular about exactly how you get a stand. Like, you have arrows. There's another way of doing it in Steel Ball Run. You can also supposedly develop it out of just being spiritually disciplined enough. Like, Polnareff was just born with one. No one hit him with an arrow, for instance. There's all sorts of ways you can develop it. Yeah. And then there's the fucking bullshit that Pucci does in part 6. Just a bunch of weird things. So in part 4 in particular, Dio is kind of the reason for this taking place, because he makes contact with both Kira's father and also Okuyasu's father, and has both of them do his bidding in trying to, I guess, create stand users to use as tools, is kind of the idea. Which is the way that it connects itself with the overall plot, which is supposed to be about the strange fate between the Joestar family and the Brando family.
Mm-hmm.
The way it does that, just like part 2, takes Dio off of center stage because of what happens in part 3, and therefore allows the development of more characters in a way that doesn't force them to relate themselves directly to Dio for the most part. Like, a lot of characters in a lot of villains in part 3 could be identified in one of 3 categories. The first one is characters that are being controlled by Dio through a fleshbud. In other words, kind of a victim of Dio who's being forced to go along with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have kind of mercenaries that are being hired by Dio, who are a bit afraid of him, but mostly they're just doing it for money. And then you have, like, fanatics, true believers, that really come into play later on and made for more interesting writing because of it. In part 4, they strip that away almost totally. And they allow the characters to develop on their own, which means writing characters that he has more, probably has more personal knowledge and involvement with. I would imagine a lot of the characters in part 4 are probably based on people he actually knew at some point. And I think that probably makes for better writing.
That probably makes sense, to be honest.
Like, I can totally imagine him having met, like, a strange Italian chef at some point. Part 5. There are certain things that I think people who are critical of Part 5 didn't really understand about Part 5. Going into it, you have, like, Jonathan, who's basically a paladin. You have Joseph, who's basically Bugs Bunny. Like, both kind of very strong, loud characters that in Jonathan's case, he's a loud and strong character that is a reactive character. In Joseph's case, he's a loud and strong character who really isn't a reactive character. No one told him to go... Like, he very well, after fighting Straits, could have just allowed everything that happened in Mexico, I believe, to just happen. He had no reason to continue. He wanted to continue to do the right thing. The same is true for why he went to Italy. He could have just taken the W and moved on. He didn't do that. He's not really reacting necessarily to his circumstances because he's not, like, in immediate threat. Like, they're not specifically going to hunt him down and try to kill him. That they have no idea that this other Pillarman was even still around. Whereas with Jonathan, he was under direct threat. He knew that Dio would eventually just come for him. In part 3, you know, again, they're kind of reacting to their circumstances. Jotaro is sort of a more subdued character, but a cool character. He's cool, he's collected, he's Clint Eastwood. In part 4, you have Josuke as kind of a delinquent with a heart of gold. Again, a very strong character. In part 5, Giorno is not any of those kinds of characters. He's a more passive character. He has his dreams, he's seeking to achieve them, but he's doing so in a very Dio-like manner. He's doing it through subterfuge. You know, he's not. He's not.
Buccaretti is
really
almost more of your JoJo type character than Giorno is. Yes.
Yeah, Giorno is more like Dio. Giorno has aspects of both Jonathan and Dio. The heart of gold is there that Jonathan has. The paladin-like nature is really there because his point is kind of that he wants to shut down the drug trade specifically, especially with regards to children. Which is the same kind of motivation that Bruno has, but Bruno is more direct about it, as you said. Giorno is the boss, the man behind the curtain. Giorno is the guy who, if you pay attention, gives advice to every single character on his own side, which leads to all of them winning fights that it's kind of implied at the end of part 5 they would have lost if it wasn't for him being there. And I could give examples, but I'm going to skip over that because that takes a while. But like from someone who's read it a few times and watched it a few times, yeah, he gives advice to them. He's the architect for why they keep winning their battles. Otherwise the story would work out very differently. Giorno is actually a kind of a backline commander more than anything else. And if you're not going into it and expecting him to act more like Dio with regards to how he fights and how he thinks than Jonathan, who is kind of more where he gets his moral senses from, then you're going to feel like he's too passive a character. You're going to feel like these other characters just outshine him in practically every scene, and if you happen to not like the type of characters that he surrounds himself with, then you're not going to like the heroes, and therefore them overcoming the villains, you're also not going to find that interesting. Diavolo himself also being kind of another man behind the curtain who's kind of a passive character who also serves as a foil to Giorno in that he really doesn't support his people at all and just sort of lets them die.
Yeah.
This sort of thing has a certain degree of subtlety to it that just doesn't exist in any of the previous parts. And subtle writing is good writing.
Absolutely.
But in order to appreciate it, you have to see it first.
I mean, the other thing I will say about that is I can acknowledge all of this is absolutely true, and still say that I think Part 5 is probably my least favorite of the JoJo's parts.
I think that even if you dislike every single thing about the story, I think that Part 5 having a fairly consistent set of art is a major point in its favor. And I think that, like Part 4, for instance, you probably didn't read the manga. The manga itself.
No, I did. I mentioned earlier. I mentioned earlier that I read through Stone Ocean and quit reading at Stone Ocean.
Okay, so you know that like the old Fist of the North Star inspired style over the course of Part 4 eventually turned closer to his new style.
Yeah. The beginning. So Studio Dean chose to animate Part 4 as a blend of the beginning and ending art styles of Part 4. But the beginning of Part 4 is actually drawn like it's still Part 3. And then the end of Part 4 is already in Golden Experience or Golden Wind's art style.
Evento audio.
Yeah. No, like that is the case. And like, as I said, like, this is another point where I disagree with a lot of the majority of JoJo's fans, because the majority of JoJo's fans are the fans of the majority of the series. And so they're going to prefer the later art style because there's more stuff in that. So you just have more fans of JoJo's who are fans of that. But I think that the best art was probably in part 2. But that's my own personal opinion on like what I think is better.
I think if you have only read up to part 6, then I could see how you could come to that conclusion.
I mean, I've seen the art from later chapters, and I actually like it less than part 5.
I think that Steel Ball Run's art, especially the later parts of it, gets so absurdly good that all of the very interesting anatomical art he does in the manga in part 2 is not only matched, but eventually surpassed. Because as interesting as the anatomical art is, like, I recall him doing early on a bunch of anatomical art of the Pillarmen to show, like, how their bodies function, and drawing them like they're, like, statues from the ancient world. I think that... I think that, you always have to draw in a way that adapts itself to the format that you're trying to present your art in. And as a manga, that kind of hyper-specific art, you know, again, that anatomical wonder, let's say, doesn't really suit itself to manga well. And it doesn't really suit itself to anime well either. I think you see that with... I think you see that in things like Berserk, like the latter part of it. You know, the part about it being ill-suited for anime. Because the art style is just so absurdly detailed that you can't really recreate it in anime. It doesn't work. You end up just having to go 3D and then ruin the models in the process.
I mean, good.
I think that, with regards to it being more suited to anime, it has to do with the backgrounds he draws in particular. By the time he gets to Steel Ball Run, he's actually better at using backgrounds and lack of backgrounds as a way to enhance the experience. Whereas I think in part 2, he's probably lifting things directly from what he's seeing. Which, in terms of drawing things that you are familiar with, is a good thing. But in terms of being able to do it as a weekly or monthly publication is way more difficult. Way more difficult. Having to go on trips to the area you happen to be writing, taking photos, of places where you would imagine a battle to take place, and then drawing that is more difficult than simply doing it from memory. And by trimming down certain details with regards to that, and just accumulating experience as an artist, you can maintain the same level of quality while putting your efforts elsewhere. Which I think is why the writing and the overall art in Steel Ball Run ends up being better than in part 2. I think that the fact that a large amount of his art, especially early on, is basically directly lifted from things like fashion magazines, album covers, that kind of thing, is actually a point against him as an artist. As fun as that sort of thing is from the perspective of someone consuming his art, from the perspective of someone judging his art as an artist would, I don't think that's a good thing. So, like, it's not really a focused rebuttal of what you're trying to say, but rather these are the things that I feel when thinking about Part 2 and Steel Ball Run for why I liked Steel Ball Run more.
I mean, I guess all I have to say to that is that all the things that I've said that I think are good about Battle Tendency and why I think Battle Tendency is the best JoJo's part still, in my mind, hold true, at least.
I think that I would probably appreciate Battle Tendency from a writing standpoint more if, like, for instance, near the end, they decide to just completely stop what they're doing, basically. Right after Joseph fights Wham, they just kind of stop what they're doing and decide to do an entire episode in the anime. Like, I think either one
that was a bad call. I would absolutely agree with you. That was a bad call. I know that it's part of the manga, but it didn't need to be adapted that way. They'd already shown a willingness when adapting Battle Tendency to stray from the manga for the sake of either character or plot cohesion, and they should have absolutely done that again there.
That should have just been done way earlier, like that, like that entire thing.
Yeah.
Like, I probably would have done it probably around the time Lisa gets introduced in order to develop her motivations better.
Yeah.
I think without doing that, the scene where she's being... I think AC/DC, after he lost, had a plan to attack her or something. Hi.
Hello. Who goes there or has returned?
Stuff.
It's me.
Ah, cool.
I was very hungry and I went to go have food.
Still won't understand why. I still don't understand why you people leave the room, but some of you explained it to me.
Huh?
I don't leave the room or the call when I want to eat food.
Oh, quite simply so that anyone who's missed that doesn't start talking to me under the assumption that I'm still there when I'm not.
Well,
and also so people joining who might be trying to talk to me don't come in, wonder where the hell's Bilsk, and then don't hear me talking despite seeing me in the room. If I'm not here, I'm not here. Well, I mean, if I'm not here, I'm not gonna be here.
Yeah, just hit the deafen button.
Yeah.
No, I understand that. Like,
sometimes I would literally just be driving or something. Like, I'll actually physically leave my house to go do something. Others is I don't want to like have to be asked a question while I'm away from my computer or something and not them realize.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Avalon, it has been good talking. I'm always happy to hear dissenting opinions about my thoughts on JoJo's.
You made my rant.
I wasn't gonna call it a rant. But anyway, I need to get moving. Take it easy, people.
You guys yapped for a while.
Yes.
I never want to hear people telling me about yapping ever again. I'm joking.
Nah, I like to hear people yap. I like how the entire time we were communicating what we were doing while they were yapping.
The tool is there in the game, so I'm using it.
I know, it's really funny. But do you want to go that elite or no?
The 3-line elite that we just saw in front of us?
Well, no, I was just wondering if you wanted. Wait, hold on. Is there any other shops?
I have 81 gold. I don't really have
Oh,
anything
well,
I can
no, it's
afford.
because there's the meal ticket. Like, if we need health as a backup,
Okay.
just, you know how anything could be, but...
No, I think you're right. I think I should have to take it
Yeah.
because I'm going to be frontlining for you a lot.
Yeah. Oh, it's this dude.
They clearly double scale the enemy's health based on the fact that we're fighting them the way we are.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit, what a...
I'll just play every card I have. I had a card that allowed me to apply vulnerability.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's neat. I'll be joining Bilsker and like Skaven now.
Okay.
See ya.
I'm still... I just mute myself.
Man, these games are still just very hypnotic.
There's a certain flow to them. The concept of doing it multiplayer with other people in the play, asynchronously playing in the encounter alongside with you, is a different take I've not seen ever.
Generally, how certain games of Civilization played when you had simultaneous turns.
See, that would make me play more of them, but unfortunately, our generation does not like those types of video games. As has been demonstrated with the amount of times I've tried to get these people to play things like Path of Exile, and they're like, nah, I do this for my protection. It's for my protection, Carl, you have to understand. It's something that's bizarre to me, because it's like, have you tried it? No, I've tried it. It's for my protection. I get too addicted. It's like, that sounds like a reason to play it, not a reason to avoid it. But Carl, you don't understand. If I play it, I'll get lost in it. Yeah, that's what it's designed for. Because basically what my brain keeps hearing is, I don't want to play this game with you. Why? Because I'll have too much fun. But isn't that a reason to play the game? But Carl, fun hurts people.
But Carl...
And then sometimes I just have to litigate the fact that the video games that I find fun, there are other people that they won't actually have that much fun with it, because the patience that sets up the event for it is not the same as the follow-through with it. So if I, for example, on one of the last broadcasts Avalon had done DST Vanilla for a couple of people coming in, both myself as well as Reflex, it probably would have been more fun for him, but he ended up still having fun with the conversation. So the asynchronous play and also the parallel play is a part of something I've been trying to do for basically the last 4 to 7 years when it comes to people in my content. But as you would know, assuming that you were there all that long ago, you remember when people were actively sabotaging my content on camera. So you will understand why I would get irritated about something like that. Because it's like, I want to have fun. Why are you bringing me bullshit? I don't want bullshit. Bring me fun. And it's like, but Carl, you don't understand. My fun is bringing you bullshit. And it's like, that's not my fun. Stop it. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you hostage me?
Yeah, I remember playing Smite a lot, and occasionally you'd just get a person who copes with a bad game by just trolling their teammates.
Mm-hmm.
And just they'd have like one other person who they're partied with, and they'd just refuse to surrender and also refuse to help.
It's always so deeply interesting. Because really, it's like people don't really want to cooperate and work with other people in general. Ever. I know that this is definitely a thing that happens in Dev's audience because the amount of people that are trying to play the same video games. And then it's like, I played... This sounds like I'm going to be specifically bitching about Bill Scurr and Jay Funky because this is behavior that they do. But it's not just them. This is something I've noticed about all people. Because I am not a political content creator, and even though Dev himself is technically a political and also drama YouTuber content creator, I notice a lot more of the time, he spends a lot more of his time doing debates than he does actually just talking to people while doing other activities. The amount of people that will basically say, I love my content creator, and I love that they're having fun with other people, and then they are completely resistant to that person basically not setting up more future content with other people, to the point where things stagnate. It, to me, looks like people are more in love with the idea of what he could do, rather than what he is doing. Because they take more time with things that he's doing that has nothing to do with the reality of what would be interesting for other people, rather than what's interesting for himself. So, like, people choosing to get involved in certain levels of work because they specifically only are interested in the part where their favorite content creator is giving their opinions back to them. I find that to be boring. I don't want to hear an echo chamber of opinions about myself, and I certainly don't want people copying my behavior the same way, because that's gay. But then people will be like, well, I love doing stuff like that. And I completely get surprised and pushed back about it, because it's like, what provokes you to think that? What makes you want to only have fun in this way, doing these alleged things that don't seem like they're fun? Because when they say it's fun, fun will usually be something that they'll be willing to do again with other people. And they don't do this kind of shit with other people, ever. So it can't be the fun aspect. Because you think then they would just do shit with people that they find exciting. And they just don't. So it's like, I wonder if there's something I'm missing here. Sometimes it feels like it is. Because certainly they don't play MOBAs. They don't find MOBAs fun. Most of them avoid things like that. League is a bad word in everybody's mouth. And certainly Smite is too, especially how Smite behaves nowadays.
Oh, God.
But when they told me, hey Carl, there's this game we're playing called Deadlocked. And I'm like, so you won't play this, you won't play that, you won't play this, you won't play that, but you want to play the bane of your existence? Well, yes, we find it fun. I remember having been shown this game by other people, but now I'm sitting here like, are you trolling me? I don't know if you're trolling me or not. That is the case that no, they are not trolling me. It is their opinion that they find it exciting. They like the fun that comes from it. It gets their cortisol going. I can't fault them for liking Deadlocked, because it's Smite with guns. I can see the aspect that brought them to play it the same way it brought people that were my friends and associates that are streamers, content creators, and other such folk from it. But it's that level of, okay, so I have to assume that it's not me, it's you. Because I always think there's something wrong with me.
Everyone likes different kinds of games. I don't really view it as it being wrong of anyone to enjoy what the kinds of things they like, unless they're like blatantly saying they're what they like is objectively better. In which case, I'd probably argue against that. I don't know. Then again, I'm also the kind of person to say, well, there are these objective standards that I can point to which you can kind of glean whether something is better or worse, but then there's also personal preferences. A lot of people can honestly say that there are things that are very high quality that they themselves would nonetheless not enjoy.
Perhaps that's what I'm experiencing most of the time that I get in these situations. Because a lot of them, it's not even like something that's being forced upon me by them or others, but there are times where it's like, I would like you to go do something entirely different that you don't necessarily like. Well, okay, I'm willing to do that for you because you're my friend. And then it's like, okay, there's this game that I'd like to play. And I would like to bring you along with, nah, I can't do it. I'm never going to do it. I can't ever do it. Huh? So you, and that's really what I'm getting caught up on. Because in one situation, for a personal friend of mine, when she says, I will never play these games you play because I find them boring, I know that she's saying that from a position of having never experienced it, because I want her to see the game, but she wants me to tell her about the game. And in trying to tell her about the game, she's going to say, but you're making it sound boring, but you won't let me show you the game. For the other people, they want to always experience this particular fascination of content in this matter. But unfortunately, what ends up happening when they end up wanting to communicate the information the way that they communicate it is that it ends up having the opposite effect than in that scenario with that person. So they'll play it and they'll be like, I would like to do this because I find this to be silly and interesting and I want to do a lot of stuff about it. And that can be fine in all the ways that it matters, but then it will be like, okay, so you don't want me to get invested in the same way, because this would be me getting invested in the same way. I feel like we're not on the same page here.
Yeah. Let me think. Let me think about what you just said for a second.
To rephrase it, basically, there are people who want me to go out of my way and do shit that I normally wouldn't do, and I do it, and they don't reciprocate.
Well, yeah. You know, you've read The Prince, right?
Yes.
Men will promise everything to you until it comes to your time of need, and then suddenly they'll be far away.
I wonder. No, I can't see your deck. I can only see my deck.
I came to a realization in kind of my early to mid-20s because I had parents who loved me and I had, friends who were nice to me. I had a fairly good upbringing that, once you meet the hardships of life from the perspective of someone who's relatively sheltered when they're young, so it's not the duty of anyone around you to really be there for you or care about you or anything like that. Your parents could abandon you in a dumpster when you're a baby. Your wife could just leave you and cheat on you with another man. Your friends can just grow apart. It doesn't always necessarily have to be tragic. Ultimately, the only one you can rely on is yourself, because you're the only one who's there, and not only are you the only one who's there, you're the only one whose responsibility it is actually exists toward yourself. So that's not to say that you should always be your own top priority, because eventually a man will find things that he's willing to die for. But you hold a special duty of care toward yourself. Welcome back. There are a lot of people that I think put others before themselves inappropriately, that like we would call it a form of toxic empathy. But I think that at the end of the day, if they don't feel like joining you on what you want to do, that is probably why they're thinking, either I'm not going to have fun with it, might be rational, might be irrational, or I might have too much fun with it, and then it would take away from other things that I need to do because I don't trust myself. It's a symptom of a man who hasn't fully self-actualized yet, and lacks self-control because of it.
I can agree with that with 2 degrees, and that just because most of the time he should die in this next rotation. God damn, he would not go down. But
I know, dude. That boss is so annoying.
it is one of those instances of stuff that concerns me because the amount of time in which I basically am asked to spend my time on things, the same way that they do the calculus, there is an infinite amount of time that you could say that I have in a day, up to the 24-hour mark. And that, as I bragged earlier about being one of the most accessible people on the internet, that when a person chooses to do whatever it is that they wish to do with stuff, that it puts me in a position that I feel like it is very much asking us, and asking me when I'm talking to them, that they could just basically, quite simply, choose better opportunities, choose better time, spend their time more wisely, etc., 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 etc. And it's really hard to say that in a way where it doesn't eventually become like frustration and annoyance building, because it's I give my friends advice just as much as I give myself advice, and I take my own advice as well. And some of the advice that I've given to my friends is that if people are trying to put other people before you, and you are supposed to be taking your time to help them because you call them friend, that word doesn't just mean associate that I know. That means somebody who actually is in the covenant of your circle. And if in your inner circle, when you ask somebody, hey bro, I have this thing that I want to do, here's an idea that I'm doing, or here's an activity that we frequently organize to do, can you please come through and join this thing? And they say, yeah, I totally will. And they are somewhat to the mind of being so absent-minded that they frequently find themselves just like, oh shit, I had that, but I had another thing. Oh shit, I forgot to go again, I had another thing. Oh shit, I forgot that, I had another thing. And it's like, it's posted on a fucking sign. What are you doing that is distracting you this much? In some cases, they already know what's distracting them. And it's like, man, I fucked up. I'm sorry. I forgot how much this would mean, or what I said and agreed to. I'm gonna make up for it in the future. This actually applies in both examples that I'm giving. Because the female friend, she spends almost as much time as many of the people we know when it comes to them sitting in an editing booth. And even if she and I are 2 different types of people who consume 2 different types of games, it is the case that she has agreed to the thing. So it's me upholding honor and loyalty by keeping them to their word. Is the problem in this particular dynamic, which is why I bring it up in the first place. But in any other situation, it's like, okay, this person said they wanted to do it, they didn't do it. If they wanted to, they would. I'm not going to stress about it. I'm going to keep moving forward and not concern myself anymore with it. Because the alternative would be to obsess over it and agonize over it.
I think that you're kind of engaging in a bit of an error there. Honor isn't really something you can hold others to necessarily. If they choose not to, then they choose not to. Reminding them of obligations doesn't really accomplish anything. Honor is something that you uphold for yourself. And if the world chooses not to match you in intensity in that regard, then so be it. It's because you personally find meaning in doing so. And you will find other people who choose to do the same thing as well. That sort of thing is about discernment. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a bad person, because it doesn't necessarily mean they're a bad person. It means they don't value honor as highly as other principles. It does mean, I think, that they're not correctly formulating morality in such a way that preserves them as a moral being. But that's not really the same as being a bad person. A bad person does that intentionally and all sorts of other things. I think identifying the moral birth isn't really the same thing as complaining that someone is just in totality a bad person. That being said, it has to do with your expectations of other people.
Mm-hmm.
Focusing inward is what makes you a better person. Strength is what makes you a better person. Being strong means you're able to enact your moral senses onto the world, and most people are not strong. Most people are very weak. Most people want other people to lead the way for them. Most people are followers for exactly that reason, and all consequences that follow logically from that.
Mm-hmm. I set it up and I mentioned it that way because for me, I would like to think that my friends are capable of understanding that they can't just say things and not remember that other people will hold them in high esteem and regard, which supposedly that's probably not the thing that I should do. Actually, I should not think that way because that's not how they will possibly view it. Certain types of people possibly viewing it. But I put it that way because for me, the honor is the part that I consider to be the most important. I try to do my part to make sure that I am doing what I need to do just as much as I could tell somebody else to do something. Because if I don't do the part for me that is the most important, which is making sure I am being as honorable as I think should be an example to lead by, that I am effectively failing myself because I'm not following my own rules and helping other people follow those rules for themselves as well. But this was something that I stopped doing like a year and a half ago. Because the way that I see it now is that I see it in the simple fashion of if they wanted to, they would. If they don't, that's completely fine. But depending on what this person claims and what they said to themselves to me, that is what would make me care more or less. So, if a person claims that they're doing a certain thing to any level of degree of, like, the content that I've been covering with the particular people that I've been dealing with, for example, amongst my haters. When somebody like Anthony Edward West basically says it's acceptable and okay for me to antagonize all these people that I consider to be grifters because they're not honorable people, and his followers basically use that as an excuse to be as dishonorable as their dear leader, I see that as a moralistic failing. Because obviously, why are they choosing to follow this behavior when they don't follow it themselves? Because if they can't take their own advice, why are you giving me advice? Type shit. Sometimes this might be considered a little bit facetious depending on the people that you're talking about it with and to, but I see it as simple as that. If this person can't follow their own rules, why should I follow their rules? If this person can't use their own advice, why would I follow their advice?
It has to do with like, if you want a direct answer to that question without thinking about whether it fits into my own moral stance on these sorts of things, the immediate response, I suppose, would be that there's a difference between the real and the ideal, and that doesn't necessarily mean the ideal is bad. You see that sort of perspective brought up as a response to things like Mena La Mancha.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the entire story is about a madman, essentially, a dementia patient, who thinks that he's still in a fantastical era of knights, kings, castles, dragons, and tries to act out as a representation of chivalry. And the whole thing is played as a satire against him as he goes to war with windmills, which is sad on one hand, and it's also comedic on another, in that, in the literal sense, that he's attacking windmills. It's not a productive use of anyone's time, really. But also in another sense, which is the way that certain people who respond to it feel, it is still quite romantic that a man, despite everything, despite his limitations as a man, you know, in this specific instance, his dementia, still wants to be a good person and still thinks that there's something to be gained from an older model of what it means to be a good person.
Mm-hmm.
So, that is to say, there's a difference between the ideal and the real, and the ideal can still be good. That's the thesis statement there.
Mm-hmm.
So, even though they can't really follow their own advice, there still might be value in what they're saying, and it's up to you to determine whether that's the case or not.
Yeah.
There are no easy answers.
I suppose in my part, there's a little bit of it that's a little bit too close to a lot of navel gazing, but I find it to be a question that I ask myself a lot, because it's one of those things that would come off as like, my friend cares a little bit too much about what I choose to do, and it's like, no, I'm trying to get us across a finish line. I'm trying to get us across a finish line. That when we end up doing the thing that will get us where we're trying to go, we will be happier on the other side of it. Because I would not
hate this elite. Sorry, I just wanted to mention that.
Okay. It's a thing that I feel would be the responsible thing for me to say and do. Because if I didn't do that, then I'm failing that person with what I think should be my utmost serious responsibility. And I can't let myself allow that to be the case. Because what friend am I that would put them in such a position where they're not able to do what we should be able to do when it comes to us caring immensely about shit that should be in our concern. Why would I let them down like that? That's not what a friend would do. I'm failing them in that regard.
Well, I mean, personally, I think that, this is a question of altruism and egoism. God, in order to get into this, I'd have to talk about, Ayn Rand's model of objectivism and the Steelman case against altruism. A lot of people misunderstood what she was trying to say, I think. And what she was trying to say, I don't think, was the sociopathic interpretation of it that some people use to hide behind, but rather, she was talking about self-actualization of, fully actualizing yourself, fully owning yourself, fully controlling yourself and your urges. Because you have to kind of understand that she came from a context of critiquing the kind of collectivism inherent in a Stalinist society that asks the individual to, no, not asks, forces the individual to sacrifice themselves for the greater good, while that greater good was not only dubious, but the sacrifice that is required of them is in such a fashion that self-advocacy is seen as a negative thing. And insofar as you come into contact with anyone who's telling you that advocating for yourself is bad in some way, what you're identifying is essentially a sociopath. On the other hand, you have the argument of the altruist, which is like there's basically two branches of argument. One of them I find somewhat convincing, the other I find just thoroughly unconvincing. There's the romantic perspective of the altruist, which is kind of just axiomatically presupposing that it itself is good, and then using its goodness as justification for why it is good. I don't like the romantic arguments in favor of altruism, but I do find arguments from creating high-trust societies far more convincing, because altruist societies are fundamentally more high trust as long as they're achieved through, paradoxically, the Randian interpretation of this sort of thing, which is to say, you have to own yourself, you have to own your altruism. You can't let your altruism guide you toward conclusions that you find reprehensible. You have to go forward with a rational basis for why you're doing what you're doing. Otherwise, you're just going to reach a point where you're miserable. And no one will care that you're miserable. As I said earlier, it's not really anyone's job to care that you're miserable. Ultimately, you're the last person that you have to rely on, and you should respect yourself as such. If you don't respect yourself, if you're not, thinking about what you're doing, and how it logically creates a causative link into other things, other situations you want to find yourself in, then you're being guided by your emotions in a negative way. The rider of the elephant still ultimately needs to direct the elephant where the elephant ought to go and avoid places where the elephant ought not go. If other people constantly are letting you down, then you should temper your expectations of them. If they're matching your expectations, then it's okay to have those expectations of them. You should always adapt to the intensity that they are directing your way.
In many places I have done this, and unfortunately one particular person who's particularly suffering for it is somebody who effectively has now become, by my own consequence of the words I used, a in-joke. And I feel some type of way about that in-joke because I'm responsible for it, because I'm the one that started it. No matter how apt I think it is, and Reflex knows who I'm talking about, it is the case that I feel guilt for it, because everything else is going great, but I consider the merit of my character is in the small things that I choose to, turn a blind eye to. And this is one of those things that I, in my own honor, cannot turn a blind eye to, because I feel like this is something that I cannot allow myself to just excuse, because I put this problem here, and now I need to deal with it.
He made a problem, now he has to make his bed with it. Basically, what is it? What it is.
Yeah. Because the problem that I have is not so much, haha, this person is suffering the consequences of their actions. If they can't handle being able to address this, then that's no problem of mine, haha. But I'm not that kind of sociopathic person, because that is a level of sociopathy that I think is laziness, for lack of a better word, being exacted on the behalf of other people, and then other people deciding, well, you see, that's not your problem, but it is though, because if I'm supposedly and being looked at as an alleged leader, a real leader would not be lazy about the fact that he is underserving certain people that feel that they have been made into a target, and that target would not be something that I would ignore. Because if I'm ignoring it, then I am choosing to allow it to keep happening, and in my worldview, a leader does not do that. I am being compelled by my internal guilt. Ooh, prolong. I am being withheld and the word's hard. I am being held to my internal guilt from this thing as a means to compel me into action. And it's not as simple as I'm trying to avoid what feels bad so that I don't have to blame myself. It's that I know this thing is happening for a particular purpose. And even if I want to blame a bunch of things that I could say is responsible for that particular outcome, it does not justify me and it does not absolve me of the responsibility I have, because of the fact that I know better. Because I know better, I cannot let myself have the excuse. Other people would say it's not my problem, I don't care, not my circus, not my monkeys. But it is definitely the case that in many times I keep finding myself being pulled into the circus by the fucking monkeys.
Yeah. There you go. I was like, hold on, I'm like trying to figure out certain things. Well, we'll see what this elite is.
Oh god, it's this one.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad I have a bunch at AoE, so it's not that bad. Still annoying. Still rather annoying.
That Spectral Knight has to go.
Yeah.
I'm only using one card here. Unfortunately, it's one of my forms of AoE, but as long as we can cycle through and get through, the Spectral Knight will be fine.
Yeah.
Which he dies right now.
Hell yeah. And then probably what? Flail Knight?
Flail will just hit us. Imagine Knight's going to steal our upgrades.
Okay, I'll focus on... that card I give you that's always like a colorless or whatever, I can't use it for myself.
The Gambit?
Yeah, the Gambit card.
Yeah, that card's going to kill us. But it's useful if I need to have the block instantly.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Shit.
If I had swung with my Rampage, I probably would have killed him on that round. That's my fault.
Nah, it's fine.
Fuck.
I forgot I should have used my vulnerability while I was trying to deal damage, but
It's only the first run. Mistakes
whatever.
happen.
Yeah,
We actually did really good for our first run.
I know. And I actually did unlock a bunch of stuff.
I got an epic that ended up as elsewhere, so I didn't get anything necessarily.
Elsewhere, isn't that the place Khajiit come from?
Yes. Do you happen to own Slay the Spire 2, Avalon?
I played Skyrim. That's it. Oh, do you mean this? No.
Yes.
No. Yes, that's fair.
Sorry, I thought you. I gotta get my ears cleaned out. I haven't cleaned my ears in a couple months.
Many such cases.
No, I no. Whatever.
It is what it is, man.
Is that a six-eyed whale?
Yes,
and
that
it's
is
girl.
now.
Meow. She's a goddess of rebirth. It is the in-lore reason why we like climb the spire every time. She resurrects us.
And then the spire closed, and apparently now she's an exiled mother of resurrection, and there are other ancients inside the spire now.
Yep. I mean, there was always like a bunch of stuff in the spire. It's kind of weird.
Gremlin Horde and Blood Vial.
Great. I got New Leaf to transform one of my strikes into a convergence.
The right side elites are really bad, but there's no campfires.
Yeah.
And the middle left section is actually 4 campfires if we play it right. So we just literally just want to draw up this way.
Yeah, that's what I saw the path. We'll hit an early shot, but it's like, meh, it'll be okay.
Card removal was okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, going back to Carl complains about his worldview, I just feel that over time, and there have been plenty of failures I've had in my life, my personal history, and my career. There have been times where people will just simply judge me for shit that has nothing to do with me. And these things have become a part of the monomyth about my history. And sometimes it's just backstabbing being done by people who are former friends. And all the ways that it matters, it's only something that I necessarily, quote, obsess over because of the fact that I would like for these things to stop happening, but the people in question who keep doing them won't stop doing them. So I'm not allowed to have an opinion about the things that I do and what I say. And people are treating me unfairly because if I hold the same standard that they put to me at the same regard, they get angry. And naturally what has happened is that those people just stopped being friends with me. Or I removed them from my friendship because they didn't deserve my friendship. But regardless of how it ends up being, in whatever way it happens to work out, it is the case that it ends up working out for the better of me because those individuals demonstrate the reasons why I have the opinions that I do and the worldview that I do. And over time, it's worked out for the best. But in this particular instance, with this particular person in which I am referring to, the guilt that I feel is the consequence of, well, they can't necessarily help it. And then the other side of my brain, serious Carl's like, yeah, yes the fuck you can! Yes the fuck you can! But it might be the case that, no, actually he can't. It might be the case that, no, he can't actually control it. And that this is something that, if I unfairly treat him this way, and I hold these things against him in this way, I have done a serious disservice, and I now need to find a way to rectify it. Or help. It would suck. Go ahead.
Another way that you can kind of, and this is probably the most autistic answer I could probably possibly give on this subject, but yeah, another way that you can kind of determine, another way that you can determine how to treat other people based on how they treat you is to just look at the prisoner's dilemma and look at kind of various strategies in the prisoner's dilemma, and then find ways that they adapt to your daily life. Because, you know, as long as you have a friend-enemy distinction, as long as there are qualitative reasons as to why you can quantify things in that way, which is just a matter of personal opinion. That's kind of how you turn qualitative statements into quantitative ones, is through an opinion, through personal values, you might say. As long as you can do that, like, I don't see a reason why you shouldn't do that. Like some of the more effective strategies in the long run, you have what's called tit for tat, which is basically you just do what your opponent did in the last round until you're both competing, and then you cooperate in order to reset it. So then if someone's cooperating, you cooperate back. Eventually they compete with you. And they either cooperate the turn that you choose to compete back, in which case they'll eventually compete with you, and then you're both competing with each other, and then you cooperate. It's kind of a gamey way of handling the situation. They call that Pavlov, the tit for tat. I might have said it's tit for tat, but that one's called Pavlov. Tit for tat is you, if they hit you, you hit them back. If they continue to hit you, you continue to hit them back. If they cooperate with you, you cooperate with them back. You forgive them if they choose to behave in a cooperative fashion. And then the third way of doing things, which is effective in short games, not long ones, in which, or games in which there isn't a lot of random variance, which is called noise, which is a form of miscommunication, let's say. If you were to adapt it to human social dynamics, it would probably most of the time be miscommunication, in which case you'll have a, say, a tit-for-tat player suddenly start competing for no reason, and then you compete back with them, and then they compete back with you, and it just turns into an endless cycle of tit-for-tat. In shorter games and games where that doesn't happen a lot, there's another called Grim Trigger, which is basically a form of mutually assured destruction. Like, it's essentially just mutually assured destruction. As long as you continue to cooperate, there's not going to be a problem. As soon as someone competes with you one time, you compete back, and you never stop competing back. The idea is that as soon as that happens, you're just going to destroy each other. There's nothing they can do to gain your forgiveness. That's it. The point is to maximize the number of points in the short term, or you know, have the least amount, depending on how many points you're giving them, and like for each action, and exactly what the point of the game is. If the point is to accumulate the most points, which is probably an easier way of seeing it, even though that's not really the original prisoner's dilemma. If the point is to accumulate as many points as possible, then, you know, you get a bunch of points at the beginning, and then you lock them out completely so that they're not scoring points off of you.
Cards that I was able to play.
Unfortunate.
Shit.
Unfortunate, the Rampage hit did not hit, so that's 60 gold out the window.
Yep.
So those are the three basic strategies in the prisoner's dilemma, and you can kind of treat people like that. You can kind of treat politics like that. There's a lot of things you can treat like that. Like if someone's gonna backstab you, you can either choose to forgive them, you can choose to backstab them back until they understand the error of their ways, like Pavlov would, or you could just lock them out completely. There's all sorts of things you can do. But you have to do something. You can't just keep cooperating with them.
Yeah, I made myself have to stop doing the holding pattern. Because the holding pattern puts me in a position where nothing changes. And then if I choose to speak up where I've been, quote, doing nothing, where nothing changes, then I'm supposedly the asshole. When the only reason I did not make those choices was, well, I'm considering your feelings. And if I keep considering your feelings, it feels like you're going to keep walking on me. So I'm trying to be nice about how I do these things, but you're not giving me a lot of choices. And where I'm brutalizing those decisions and choices, it has a consequence in which that person, or people in general, find themselves trying to make ought statements that I then reject wholesale, because it's just bullshit. Like, no, I'm not gonna let you do that. Why? Because the last time when I tried to make sense with you, you decided to do this, and I'm now doing this, but you should be a good person and let us do that anyways. No, I shouldn't. I should hold it against you permanently. Because what the fuck do you think this is?
Well, there's holding against it permanently, and then there's waiting for them to accept that they've done something wrong and try to make up for it. Like, which is really the way you should treat people in general. It's just actually expecting them to do that is like it requires them to integrate their shadow most of the time, and most people aren't willing to do that.
Yeah, they completely ignore their shadow self, and then it's like, well, I'm not your coach, I'm not your teacher, but someone needs to teach you this lesson, and I am probably one of the better people to teach this lesson, because if I don't teach you this lesson, someone else who's a lot grosser, a lot meaner, and a lot more evil will teach this lesson, and what's going to happen there is that whatever happens next is not my fault, but I will feel some type of way about it. So you can make a decision and choice, but I'm probably going to do my best, and my best in this situation might not be enough. Whichever way you end up looking at it, it becomes a case of, well, no, they didn't ask you to be their teacher, but it's like, no, it's not me needing to do it. It's that I am foreseeing that down the line, there's going to be a problem that will happen, and I do not want to be a part of the problem that's going to come from the people that are going to make the thing that I don't want to have happen. And I would rather them learn now than them learn in a worse situation. And when you apply this in the sense of, I am a content creator who's trying to help people with their life, and I also happen to be one that deals with life experience, and I'm giving the same advice that I'm willing to put in my life. Having put this in my life has worked a lot. But, if I start doing the thing where it's, well, this isn't my problem, not my circus, not my monkey, I don't have to give a shit, eat my cock, eat my poop, eat my shit, eat my poop. Sucks to be him, but, he's decided to do this. Eventually, what's going to end up happening, and I can already see it happening partially, but what I can already see happening is that person's not going to learn, and they're going to get into a situation where the person that they're doing the next thing that they don't like with is going to actively give them the consequence I'm trying to tell them will happen should they keep doing what they're doing. And they keep not believing me. Like, they think I'm lying to them. In some way, shape, or form. Now, in terms of most conversations, it's like, well, it's not that big a deal, But in the terms of this, since this is an insular group upon which I frequent most often, that's what I feel is compelling me to act in this situation. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't want it to. You don't want to end up hitting you. You want to avoid that happening.
Because on one level of it, if I'm seen as an authoritative figure that people trust, I believe that I have a responsibility to that trust. And I'm trying to do right by that group of people and by the person in question. However, with that person in question, there has to be some give and there has to be some pull. And I feel like there's not enough give or pull. Some of that might be their own fault. But even if that were to be the case, I know that I can do better. And getting them to care isn't the thing that I'm worried so much about as much as it is getting them to see what's going to happen next and what may go wrong in the future. We're going bludgeon. Because certainly the thing that I'm very desperately worried about is that for all intents and purposes, I should have used Thunderclap before I did that. For all intents and purposes, should things end up going the way that I feel like they may go, this individual is going to find themselves in conversations and situations where they just feel like, well, see, Carl's here, and Carl's going to be mad and be mean to me because I keep doing this thing that I know I should fix, but I can't help. But I don't want people to treat me differently because I'm not helping it and not trying it, so I'll just keep leaving situations. Rather than having them just, bro, take responsibility, take accountability in the situation, stop doing the thing that you're doing. You'll be okay. Because the alternative is that if they do the easy thing will not be as hard, but if they keep doing the weak thing will be as hard as well, and they'll just keep going around and around and around in a circle. And they'll feel like they can't do anything at all, even though they very much can do something. So the long-term plan here is to help the person become a better person. The short-term plan is to try to reach a conclusion that does not hurt my head with trying to basically teach a person how to be a better person, even if it's not my responsibility to, while trying to do what I think is best for them and give them actionable advice that will push them in the right direction. I should probably heal you. It made more sense to heal you than to heal myself for upgrade. And that's always difficult. For lots of reasons. But you know, internal friend circles, they don't necessarily see things the way that I see things. And part of that could be like the consequence that I'll have to deal with. But I would prefer doing them this way than the other way, alternately. Because I feel like that would have a greater consequence than expected. It's at least the way that I particularly see it.
Yeah, I had a similar problem on the other end with regards to how I approach Dev, since, you know, there's some bad blood between us. I eventually just, like, I've been trying to just not contact him, and I'm at the point where I'm just like, I think I'm done with this guy, just because he's gone down a rabbit hole, I think, and I don't think that there's anything I can do or say to get him out of it, so I've just kind of given up on that entirely. I decided to just block him on Twitter because I'm tired of, like, weird takes he comes up with ending up crossing my feed, mainly because of V. And, you know, there's a lot of things I could have done before that point if I had a little bit more self-control, but God, I'm already in my mid-30s. I think I'm kind of just the person I'm going to be for the rest of my life. I think this is pretty much it. Yeah. So, I'm kind of just, like, satisfied with just putting as much distance between himself and myself as possible.
Because I always feel some type of way when I see those situations, but those are definitely situations where when I do this calculus, it's like, nope, not getting involved. Not getting involved. Because it'll never end in just one situation. It never does. Because we were actually having a discussion about this earlier in Symposium, specifically about Dev's recent tweet that he made about the Momdi pipe bomb, as people call it. in that particular situation, it's one of those, nope, if I speak here, this is going to cause a problem. I don't need to speak here at all. My opinion is not needed. I am going to address this in my choice of time. And that is what I did. That actually ended working out being better than the alternative choice I could have made. I did not pay attention to his intangible. Fuck me.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
And just like when I started talking about the fact that this kind of behavior keeps coming up to the point that it keeps causing what I've been calling the die-a-fat cascade, where people just simply dogpile onto him, it's like, bro, I could help you, but I can't help you because you won't shut up. I can't help you, bro. And he's a grown big boy. He's going to learn to deal with it. In many ways, you could say that he's probably having fun doing this. But, you know, it's not fun being on the other side of the issue. And that sounds like a weird thing to say because it's like, bro, he's a grown adult. But no, on the other side of the problem, it is the case that he is getting involved in the shit that then comes back on us as an audience group that affects the way that we get to interact in an interface with him. And that level of constant problem that is being caused by it makes our hands tied. My hands particularly get tied because of how he chooses to behave. I've told Devin this to his face, so it's not like any secret teas being spilled here. But it's that whole... This is a different... I have never met this one before.
I've met this one.
When
That sounds
Ouroboros, I believe Ouroboros and the character I'm playing are actually good friends. Which is weird.
Isn't Ouroboros a demon?
No clue.
Answers questions and gives one power and control over others, protects a summoner from the persecution of any other evil spirits, and offer favor from one's own friends and enemies, puts a stop to slander and gossips about the summoner, and that Ouroboros gives true answers about past, present, and future. Gives true direction and knowledge to a summoner who humbles themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, like... Honestly, for me, the tipping point with Dev might come across as somewhat petty, but it's kind of just... like... When he's sitting there and going, you know, look at all these right-wing influencers, none of them want to debate. Why won't they debate? They should join Wick's panel and debate Destiny. It's like, right-wingers don't want to talk anymore. They're acting like the left did like 10 years ago, therefore they're the bad ones. Meanwhile, I'm in his thread and I'm just going, hey, I used to be your mod. How about you debate me? I've been trying to get you to talk to me, you know, over VC for like years now. And you're just, no, it's just, he doesn't want to. And then he makes another post basically saying he doesn't debate people who dox him, and he doesn't debate stalkers.
People who
and
dox
I'm like, and stalkers. And I'm just like, okay, he means me, doesn't he? It's like, he might not mean me, but he might also mean me. And if he means me, I'm just gonna block him. Like, I'm just not gonna, no. Like, just prove him wrong. Just, no.
Yeah, because that thing that you just described is something that I've actually had to sit down with myself and be like, no, I'm not gonna defend him for shit. I'm just gonna let this play out. Because if I choose to speak very quickly about that, in that instance, he was talking about you, he was talking about Uzulu, he was talking about Ace, he was talking, I guess, about Sargon, even though Sargon does not view him that way. He's talking about V. He's talking about any person who's ever wronged him, and any particular person who's become a fallen fan of him. And in the instance of Uzulu, yes, 100%, I believe that. In the issue of Ace, yes, 100%, I believe that. In the issue of Aiden, that's a situation he created himself. He put himself in that situation, Rebecca. He chose not to speak to her the way that he chose to, and he created the instance where she is the way she is towards him now, where she runs to Uzulu, or rather, I wouldn't say runs to, because that implies that she is actively and adding to the antagonism as much as it is woman things are happening. And I don't like saying it that way, but that's the best way I can describe this. Woman things are happening, and it's creating a consequence. And then when it comes to you, it's no, he would rather not talk. And the not talking part is the part that I have an issue with. Because that's the exact descriptor I had about, I don't want this kind of thing to be something that's stopping me from helping other people. Because it is the case that he could stop doing what he's doing. He does not need to antagonize you or other people the way that he chooses to. But he chooses to engage in that way. He chooses to engage that way. He chooses to speak that way. He chooses to be intentional that way. It's something that is influenced in all of his choices of how he chooses to talk, how he chooses to speak, and it's stuff that it just causes me non-stop, never-ending irritation. Because it is the case that he could choose not to speak that way, but he doesn't care because that's not his current focus right now.
You want to hit the campfire?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, continue. I didn't want to interrupt.
It's one of those things that he can definitely solve the thing that is currently the problem that he has, but he just doesn't want to. And if the roles were reversed, specifically speaking on Dead in this particular instance, because there will be...
Fuck this.
Because unfortunately, yeah, I hate this one too. Because there will be people who are going to try and take this out of context, because as you know, Ace does this. It is the instance of, if we address it and take it to its logical extreme, the things that we are willing to do to help Devin, he is not necessarily going to be willing to do for other people. And I am very burnt on a lot of the problems that he brings to himself. Because a lot of the shit he brings to himself, almost like he cannot help the fact that this is how he chooses to engage the way he does. Okay, you weakened it yourself, so I'm using my potion.
So, there's, like, I have a few theories for why that's the case, and it's because I've kind of thought about this quite a bit. So, Dev's background, originally he was basically a regular guy in high school. He had a stint as a communist for a while, and eventually moderated to become a liberal when because his beliefs did not survive first contact with the real world, which is good. A lot of people go down that route, but there's a problem with a contingent of people who go down that route. So this is the first problem. It's that they have a different perspective of young communists and ex-communists than people who never went down that route. Because to me, first it shows that a person is very they're, God, what's the word? They're weak to radicalization. Like they have something within them that prefers very easy answers to complex problems that may not actually be aligned with reality. And to a degree, that is a product of youth, but it's also a product of youth if you're self-aware enough. Basically, if you're self-aware to any extent, and you're young, you kind of understand that you don't actually know everything.
You take, yeah, I was gonna say.
And you look toward other people to kind of give you direction, which is why a lot of young communists now will go toward people like Hassan and try to learn from them. But from my perspective,
which is scary.
And from my perspective, I'm the son of a Cuban refugee who came here post-revolution. He came on a plane. He landed in New Jersey, lived in New Jersey for a while with relatives who claimed him. Yeah, the entire thing was done through a legal process. He had a permanent resident status. He had his green card on him at all times. He was a great man. He was a great man, honestly. He was the best father that you could possibly hope for. But the notable part is that he freaking hated communists. He really hated communists. And I also hated communists. I also
Well,
hated
your
communists.
dad.
and stuff. Well, I didn't even inherit his beliefs. You know, honestly, I started watching Fox News and CNN and MSNBC, all three of those, in like I want to say 2008 or 2009, because I was interested in the election. You know, civic duty. You know, I used to be, you know, a very honor-driven and duty-driven person. I'm still fairly honor-driven. Um, it's just kind of been refined. Everyone, like a bunch of people age like fine wine. I like to think I have, even though I've gotten fatter. Um, so when I watched these three, like, this is the era of Glenn Beck, and I'm like, okay, so I have no idea which one of these three news organizations is telling me the truth. All three are propaganda, and all three tend to hyper-focus on wrong assumptions about things that actually happened in order to paint, you know, a false picture of things. Oftentimes they just wouldn't mention the things that the other organizations were involved with, and of the three, I just kind of impassionately decided Fox News tended to be like slightly better because they tended to actually mention certain things that wouldn't really necessarily play out in their own favor, and then gave like a half-hearted defense or a half-hearted conservative neocon perspective on whatever it was. So that was kind of the information ecosystem at the time. As time went on, the rise of the internet, all sorts of things like that, I'm kind of like when I was in college, like I think I could summarize it better that way. When I was in college, I was talking with a professor about philosophy, and like they were trying to get me to take like a minor in philosophy because I was opinionated about all sorts of things, and you know, I kind of just told them I don't think that's necessarily a good idea because I have so little experience in life, and if I don't have experience in life, it's very easy for me to become radicalized. So I've always been kind of aware of the extent that radicalization affects me, and aware of where I'm being radical and where I'm not being radical, where it's justified, where it's unjustified. A lot of my posts on Twitter are me just maximizing the aggression. So if Dev were doing that, I'd kind of understand it, but I don't think he's doing that. I think that he has this perspective on communists that's divergent from my perspective on communists. Like, I try to be fair to an extent, but ultimately I think with the benefit of hindsight, history is really your guide there. It's abominable. It's like in the harshest possible terms. Let's say I made this Twitter post the other day where some people were talking about why communists are the way they are. One of them bringing up the flattening of hierarchy, and the other one bringing up the reinforcement of hierarchy that you saw in Stalinist and Maoist regimes like that. And I just said that these people, like, it's best to think of them fundamentally as inferior freak supremacists. Like, James Lindsay tries to come up... James Lindsay studies all sorts of documentation about this kind of thing, all sorts of writings about it, and came to the conclusion that it's an inversion of hierarchy. I think that you could put it that way. I think the harsher way of putting it is that these people identify pain, suffering, and I'm not going to say unfairness. These people are not actually motivated by fairness at all. It's pretty much just that they see people who don't have as much, who suffer, and then they say, why are you suffering? There are people with things, and you could have those things. You should join me to go and take those things, because actually those things belong to you. They're stealing those things from you. The rich are, because they tend to own all of these things that allow them to consistently reinvest in a way that allows them to exploit your labor from you. And it's all rooted ultimately in this person does not have as much of a thing that causes suffering. That suffering causes, it makes me feel bad. Therefore, I'm going to try and solve that problem. I think that Dev sees it as youthful naivety for the most part, and that most people grow out of it. I think that it's a corruption of a particular moral sense. And I think the reason it's not really possible to engage with Dev about these kinds of moral subjects is because he is a moral subjectivist. Moral subjectivists are, from my perspective, people who, like, you have different categories of people who fall under moral subjectivism. There are people who just aren't smart or clever enough to understand different how to come to a conclusion of justice. And then there are people who are cleverly hiding behind the idea of moral subjectivism in order to maximize injustice. And then you have people who throw their hands up just because the subject is so complex. You have people who legitimately try to understand this kind of complicated subject and just can't. But I will say that among those who try to control your moral senses against yourself, there's a significant contingent of them that are just sociopathic, who are drawn toward moral subjectivism because it allows them to create a world in which they are able to be more sociopathic without consequence. By creating these kinds of, I don't know, canards, these kind of thought-terminating cliches, I guess would be the right term for it, where it's like, why do you care about this? Why do you care? Why do you care? Why do you care? That kind of thing. It's like, I care because I care. That's really the response. I care because I care. Who cares? Who cares why I care? I care. I think Dev is kind of falling into that trap where he has an underdeveloped sense of what is right and what is wrong. He overvalues the idea of honesty. He overvalues the idea of honesty being how to be a moral person, just like a leftist will overvalue the harm principle in determining what it means to be a moral person. When in reality, like, Adam and Sitch always talk about Jonathan Haidt. And I think Jonathan Haidt is a good place to start. And I think if you're reading between the lines as to what people are actually saying when they responded to what Jonathan Haidt said, what Jonathan Haidt, I think, unintentionally arrived at is a perspective of, he kind of identified that there are all sorts of moral elements to an equation of what each individual considers to be right and wrong. But if you look at the way questions happen to be formulated with regards to particular moral principles, and you kind of really pay attention to what's being said in moral hypotheticals writ large, I think it's very easy to reach a conclusion that what we're actually arguing over, what normal people are arguing over, not sociopaths. I just put sociopaths in their own corner. You know, sociopaths and psychopaths, they get to go in the corner. We're not talking about them. What normal people, you know, the 90+% of society that aren't those sorts of people, are saying when they say something is right or wrong is just or unjust. Like, if you come up with a hypothetical about the harm principle, like, would you actually care if some, you know, if some serial killer failed to kill his target and his target, you know, shot him and blew his arm off? Would you actually care about that serial killer, or would you say, well, you deserved it? Every time you say you deserve it, you're saying, you know, justice was enacted. What's the problem? A sociopath might say, but I could be that serial killer. You know, I want to minimize harm to that serial killer. I could see myself in his shoes. And that's a masculine way, I think, of considering morality. There's also a feminine way of doing it, but that's a little more complicated for me to really explain. I'm not a woman. It's more difficult to do it from the outside looking in. But I think the more masculine mode of considering this sort of thing is really just it surrounds justice. It surrounds the concept of justice and how you reach justice, and how you and what exactly you consider to be just depends on the culture you happen to be born in. And I think that moral subjectivists look at the fact that the surface level conclusion of that moral reasoning will look wildly different depending on the depending on when it happens to take place, and where it happens to be taking place, the hypothetical, that is, who you're asking. And they'll say, well, you have people who reach different conclusions, though, and therefore, because they reach these diametrically opposed conclusions, it must be subjective. It's not subjective, it's contextual. One of them is right and one of them is wrong. One of them happens to be from a culture which maximizes injustice, and the other one is from a culture that maximizes justice. And if you maximize justice, then you create a high trust society, and if you maximize injustice, then you create a low trust society. And a high trust society will always outperform a low trust society as long as that high trust society is behaving rationally. I think that Deb just doesn't do any of that work. He just wouldn't agree with any of that. I think he wouldn't understand any of that. I think that if you bring that up to him, he'll spend all of his time trying to make petty points against it. And I think it's because he's just unfathomably debate-brained about it. Just like Destiny is, just like Wick is. I think that when you're dealing with someone who doesn't really seek consensus as such, someone who's already determined where to butter his bread, per se, where to lay his moral head down at night, you're not going to be able to shift that no matter what you do. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, no matter what format you find yourself in, no matter what theoretical you could possibly come up with, he's just like, I don't see a person like that changing his mind. Too headstrong. Now, he could change his mind. He could, actually. It would have to come from within. And it takes a certain amount of respect for the person to say that he will do that. To have faith in a person like that. And it takes a certain level of disrespect to say, no, he won't, he can't. And I'm saying, yeah, he can. Like, I don't see it happening. I think the peak of his channel is behind him. I'm not sure if it's going to get worse. It might. I'm not sure if it's going to get better. It might. But whatever audience he fostered has basically vanished. It's been replaced by new people for the most part. That there's still some overlap, but I think that a lot of his older fans, if they haven't gone, they're going to go. He's going to have a new audience with new people in it that happen to agree with the things that he believes now, and that doesn't necessarily amount to anything good for him, especially with his nature as someone who often takes contrarian positions just because of how debate-brained he is, even with regards to his own audience. So yeah, I have basically no faith in him. I think his problem is a fundamental problem at the level of what he considers right and wrong. I don't think that there's any shifting him from the outside. I don't think he's going to shift from the inside. I think that you pretty much can't engage with him on the level of the political if you want to remain a friend to him. He's going to eventually lump you in with a category of other people that he hates, and he obviously hates, and he says he hates, and then he'll act surprised when you call him out on it. You just can't engage with him that way if he still allows you in his inner circle in any sense. You just have to let it go.
Depending on how much HP do we have left, do you want to hit the second elite or
Yes.
no?
Yes.
Okay.
I got black blood I ended up getting black blood on floor 2, so I have multiple potions to throw at this guy.
Anyway, sorry for the rant.
No, this is fine.
You're good, dude. No, that was good. We're just playing the game, but like we can do both at the same time of listening and playing.
Yeah, I was listening the whole time.
Because believe it or not, I was listening and understanding every single bit of what you're saying.
I am too.
All trying to optimize my hand. See, I agree with you. It is very hard because I don't want to have to cut Devin off. And that's something that I concern myself with only in the sense of, back when this shit started, between him and Aiden, do I go with one side? Do I go with the other side? Who's going to lose me in the content divorce? The same way that people could look at Steven and say, okay, Steven had to choose to go with Dan, so he's going to lose Kyla in the content divorce, and he's already going to lose all of Dalaban, he's going to lose all of the DGGX stock exchange, he's going to lose a lot of relevance, he's going to lose a lot of opportunity, and which side is the correct side to go with? I don't have to make that kind of decision, because that's not my job, but at the same time, there's a reason why a person would understand why I would make such a joke at his expense. Because, yes, that is actually what is happening there, in that situation. Destiny is losing in the content force. Which is to say that if you look at the entire context of the people who know him, know of his content, and try to do something with him, even approaching sensible, friendly, or the like, it is the case that you are asking yourself, who do you better side with, who do you want to go with in the content divorce? The same way that you'd ask a supposed child, hey, we know that you like your parent, and we want you to decide which parent you want to go with. Which parent do you like more? I am of the opinion that I shouldn't have to pick any side, because both of my parents should be able to work together to not make us have to pick somebody in the divorce. It is the case that I want to be able to spend time with mom and dad. But if it's the case that I can't do that, which side should I choose? And I don't want to have to make that kind of decision, because that kind of decision is retarded. It absconds the fact of the matter of what brings us there in the first place, which is these people are being brought in front of each other for the concern of trying to work together with each other better, rather than separately. And as a friend to both of them, I don't have to make that kind of decision. But if I have to make a decision of some type, I think I'd rather make the one that ends with me not having to make worse decisions, and I can instead make better decisions. Which sounds like a cop-out and a cop-out. Because, lol, you just want to maintain your connections. For all the things that a person could say about this. Because these are the decisions that become odd statements that basically lead you in the direction of how you want your channel to work. I say in my head, I ought do what is best for me. I'm not the keeper of the fat, and I'm also not a keeper of the autistic. But these are two people that I actually care about. I've watched Dev since a child, or rather, since my youth in high school, and her as well. And I have now become friends with people who I know in a serious format. If I say to myself that I'm going to do this and this, he dies here. Yay. If I'm going to do this and this in this particular way, where this kind of decision matrix basically absconds me to rely on something else to be my concern, I now have to decide every single time Devin does something, am I defending him or not? No, I actually don't have to defend him, and I also don't have to defend her. Most people would only see it as a binary, between I have to choose one side versus the other side. Ow! This is an interesting choice. Are we allowed to reject this?
Generally, I would just, I would choose against whoever is forcing me to choose.
They're forcing us to take a curse. Oh, that sucks.
But then that's kind of like prison logic, honestly. It's kind of like you have to... or like, I guess face would be another way of putting it. You have to, put up a strong, defense against people who try to do that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, otherwise they just keep doing it.
Mm-hmm. Sovereign Blade deals double. Fortunately, neither of them have forced me to make such a decision. So it ends up being one of those things where it's like, well, why are you bringing it up, Carl? And I bring it up because it's one of those things that when this becomes a concern, I'm going to lose equilibrium here, but that's okay. It becomes one of those concerns that, given the ability to make a choice versus any other choice that I could have made, I find myself making the choice that ends up serving my master, which is me, myself alone, rather than their master, where I put myself in a position where I'm trying to help someone out, and it ends up blowing up in my face, because since I made this choice, I didn't make another choice. However that ought go, it is of my opinion and the instance that it ends up working out in the end and or not mattering, because concerning that connection, both of them are still my friend. Neither of them necessarily hold any particular thing against me, because I make it very clear why I think what I think. I know that they have their opinions about each other, and I'm not going to force them to have to accept things. I'm not forcing Devin to have to apologize to Rebecca. I'm not making Rebecca have to apologize to Devin. I'm not making Rebecca attack Devin. I'm not making Devin attack Rebecca. I remain an impartial mediator in the middle who remains undecided, because I look at a situation, they say, Carl, what do you think about this? And I say, I think that's retarded. And when they choose to make whatever choice they choose to make, I choose to remind them of the fact that regardless of what choice you choose to do here, remember, I'm not your keeper. And because I'm not your keeper, should you feel some type of way about the things that you're doing here, Whatever happens next, it's not my fault. I warned you something would happen and you didn't listen. Not my fault. And more often than not, that does end up working out for me when that happens to come up. But it's also to the regard that there will be people who will say, well, wow, that's what a pussy position you could have taken, Carl. And it's like, I'm not their keeper. I don't have to do anything. I don't know why I'm being compelled to do something. I know why people might think I'm being compelled to do something, but I don't gotta do shit. So if I don't gotta do shit, why the fuck would I do shit? Makes sense to me.
Make sense.
In many ways, it ends up coming down to the fact that people just prefer me to basically make a choice that gives them the most amount of fun. Like, it's the most fun watching people for my own sick abscondment and enjoyment. These are bad people, and bad things happen to bad people. It makes me feel good inside. But I think that ultimately is just, well, laziness, for lack of a better term. I'm gonna pummel this man with a rock. I'm gonna pummel this man with another rock. I'm gonna pummel this man with another rock. I'm gonna pummel this man with another rock. And whatever fun, I really like Primal Forces, especially when I can get it upgraded. It is to the case that when they put me in this decision matrix where I'm forced to make choices, I've always told people, don't make me choose a decision because you're not gonna like the decision I choose. I have always told them this. I have always shown them this to their face. I have always made it the case that I have told you I don't want to do this thing. Don't force me to do this thing. If you force me to do this thing, you're not going to like the decision I'm going to come to. And every single time when it happens to be the case, they bring it to my attention. Ooh, boy, I get to use ritual here. It is the case that they do what they choose to do. They know that it's a bad decision. They do it anyways. It ends up punishing them later on in the future. And then they act like, I didn't know that could have happened to me. And it's like, yes, the fuck you did. Because I warned you it would happen. And you didn't believe me. And now these are the beds. This is the bed that you have to lie in. For everything that it is worth, because I have not had to make such a decision, we kind of gave him a lot of strength here.
Oh, shit.
I think we can get through this.
Well, yeah.
But in the case matter in which it is the concern, I think that for what it is worth, it has worked out for the most with the decisions that I'm making. Because of course, the accusation people are going to make here is, yeah, fence sitter, just like Devin, and it's like, no, actually, I am one of the most seriously constantly criticizing him on the regular. I am probably one of the most frequent people that criticize him. And it's because the alternative would be doing nothing. And I'd rather not to do nothing. I'd rather make the choice that would put us in a better position in the future than later in the past. Thank God he does not keep the strength. And the way that a lot of these people want to go about behaving is they think that it only exists within a choice binary where the thing they think is the most important decision gets made, and no other decision actually is the concern to do next. They believe that I should do what is basically the most operant concern in what gets the most content, what gets the most clicks, what is of the biggest concern to bring the most entertainment for those people that are sitting on the fence themselves, but they are sitting on a fence because they're watching on a goalpost. And it is their interest that they don't want to actually make decisions similar to what I would have to choose to do, because it is the case that that's just the concern. The concern is that we don't want to do that because of whatever reason we don't want to do that for. And where other people would be intelligent and say, well, that is the case. I don't want to make you have to make choices. And it should be the case that we don't treat you like this. They instead choose to do that. And it is a very interesting decision matrix because it's kind of similar to like playing a fucking card game. It's like I gotta stack the deck. I have to choose what is best, not just for myself, but for the other people that I'm involved with. And at the end of the day, I have to make sure that whatever choice I choose to make, I'm making the best choice I can. We have to avoid dumping into him. He has intangible. Whatever choice I choose to make, I make the smartest choice that I possibly can make. Because the alternative here would be that I just simply ignore the reality that is directly in front of me.
Fuck.
And you ended up doing your big dump against him, even though you didn't notice the intangible.
I know, but like I didn't have any block base cards, so I'm just gonna die here.
Okay.
I was trying. So I have Unceasing Top, which if I have no cards in my hand, I get to draw more.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to draw to my block.
I see. Let's hope that I can actually get here, because I'm trying to set up a giant Primal Force hand. I'm transforming a significant number of my cards that work with Perfected Strike into Giant Rock. Each one is 1 mana, but it's 25 damage each, and if I can actually be able to stay alive long enough to get there, I should be able to dump the hand into them. That's if I'm lucky enough. Basically, it's a question of, can I get Stampede to rotate long enough for me to live?
Also, I was gonna mention near the end, was gonna be my. I was gonna head off after this.
Okay.
I need to get off just Discord and all that.
Ah, fuck, now he's cycling burns.
Yeah, I forgot like some of the unlocks for the cards, like for the characters are based on multiplayer.
Are they really?
Yeah, like I have a card literally said all players forge, which is the big sword.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know what that means, and I didn't want to test it. I don't know if like if I hit forge it triples or doubles based on how many players are in the game. You know?
Yeah.
So I was like, I didn't want to test it, but God, it's so annoying. Every other turn, it's unintangible.
I think this will work out for us here, though. Okay. Yes! It pulled the bludgeon. This is not. This victory was not brought by my decision making. It was brought by that ritual potion I pulled.
Yeah.
I was trying to circle our first hand so I could stack as much strength as possible. And now we get defeated by the architect. But yeah, that's the entire same decision metrics that I've effectively come to myself, Avalon. And it's one of those things that, in private, I have agonized about it as much as one could agonize about it. And as much as I've tried to bring myself to the terms of, these are grown adults, they can make their decision, it is also the case that because I'm intertied with their communities, their users are also my users as well as my friends. And I try to make the decision that works best in the direction of trying to serve the master, not of myself and my own self-interests, but of how I can best help the things that actually matter, which is the shit that I'm worried about. How do I best bring people to have fun in my audience? How do I... Oh, the Harvester. How do I... Hoarder, actually. How do I bring people to be... Oh, I encountered all other ancients. Okay, so that one eye guy was the one person I was missing. But how do I bring myself to best interact and engage with people concerning my ideas for the future, for building for communities, for building for my audience, for building for my interaction with other people's audiences? Because it would be a lie to say that I haven't received some level of a bump from being involved with people like Dev. Certainly in the past, probably not so much now, because he keeps burning what goodwill he has with people, because he chooses not to have tact. I think a lot of it really comes down to both the viewpoints that he has from his politics, the shift that he's making with his change, this particular identity change that he's choosing to make, where he's stepping away from the thing that has made his channel, and also the thing that has become intertwined with his channel, and trying to become this new alternate person that isn't short fat otaku, but also isn't Devin, the creator behind the channel, but whatever additional identity he's changing the channel into. Because he talks about it all the time, which is the reason he hasn't made certain decisions and choices. But then also, it's the same level of treating the masters that I have with keeping myself concerned with the shit that I'm worried about. So, trying to do my best by my audience and becoming who I am now, where people are like, I remember when Carl used to be a consummate fun drunk. I remember when Carl didn't have a partner. I remember when Carl seemed to always be happy and jovial all the time. I don't like mean Carl. Mean Carl who's quick to snap at people. He seems rude. He doesn't seem like he's getting happy all the time, despite the fact that I'm the happiest I've been in my life because of the fact that I both am responsible for the beginning of an unorthodox family that I'm head of, and also taking care of my other blood-related family, because I have two families, and thus two different households to worry about. And in building that direction of all those things that I'm worried about, and trying to also follow the principle of I don't give advice that I'm not willing to take myself, I find myself in this position, especially with Devin, but with lots of different other connections too. Like, why didn't I choose to go on Uzulu's side? That's because he's a fucking dick. That's probably shorthand reason. He's a dick. He effectively showed me that what matters more to him is opportunity and having fun at somebody else's expense as well as money. So I don't want to be involved with a person like that. Should that extend to his audience? Probably, if they're willing to do things like antagonizing me in the middle of content that is meant for communities to hang out, and they say, I guess I'm just too based in order to hang out here. It's like, yeah, I guess you are, you little faggot. What can I say?
Well,
it's like, well, that was actually good timing. Seth, because he's be like, whoa, where did that language come from, Carl? It's like, no, this is what you're acting like. You seem to think everyone's going to be okay with this. Every single one of you seem to have forgotten what we were supposed to be getting away from. And some of you are turning into this. You bring this to me. You come in my house, you walk in my house, you put your feet on my couch, you try to fuck my woman, you put your feet on my shit, you eat my shit, you touch my shit, and then you're like, can I do it again, Carl? Can we come over and do it at the same time next time? No! You fucking cannot! There are rules here. You're gonna follow those rules. Well, we don't want to follow those rules. Well, I guess the ball's banned! And it's not even that banned them. It was the fact that you were trying to harass a person into basically committing suicide as the ward of another member that is a friend of mine because they didn't come to the side of your gay retard war over some particular thing that you were autistic about. Or I suppose that's going to be another thing that Uzulu will lie about being the history of why people avoid him. Because they just didn't like it when he griefed Dev's blocks. And they didn't, and Carl didn't like it when I took the piss out of him on camera. Cabal prevails. No, it's actually the fact that you people are horrible individuals. I cannot stand being in a room with some of those people. Some of them probably could tolerate it, and some of them aren't at fault of it. But unfortunately, this is the master you choose, this is the area you choose, this is the prescriptions you choose, so I'm going this way, you're going that way, goodbye, I'm going over here now. Man, I wish we could go do that thing. You could. Leave that side and say, you know what, I apologize for being a fucking retard. If I can stop being a fucking retard, then that'd be great for me, single player Carl, and that'd be wonderful. Now, this next word, I actually have to disconnect my VOD for half a second from Twitch for, because I don't know what the fuck's going to happen when I say this word. But I need to say this word expeditiously, on purpose, because it's a part of the point. When these people then come to us and they say, actually, I can maximize my freedom, and I can do all these things, because the only thing that I have to do is basic compelled speech, it is my opinion that no, I don't think that I'm going to tolerate being harassed, being antagonized, being bullied, being belittled, and not being given some basic common courtesy respect, that if the rules, that if the shoe were on the other foot in these situations, I would never do this to you, but you see reason to do it to me, that actually I'm going to corrupt myself, my opinions, and my ideals, because there's a fucking retarded faggot on the internet who wants to compel other people on a recording to say nigger faggot in order for them to be a part of his community. No, actually, I don't value your opinions that high. You deserve to be told to go eat a cock, suck a dick, and get the fuck out of my life. And every other person who follows that, they can get the fuck out too. And if they don't like that, they can get the fuck out too. And if the other person behind that don't like that, they can get the fuck out too. And the next, and the next, and the next. And unlike those people who would do that for the purposes of creating a nice, empty, safe space where they're not being confronted, it is the case that I try to pull my friends in this direction, especially Devin. But to keep it brisk, because there's other people who have been brought to this, that some basic compunctions about asks that I could make of them, that they can make them of me, And I'm willing to uphold these things because that's the level of trust and rapport that I've built with them. They would understand that if I'm choosing to speak in a certain way and use certain words and certain arguments I wouldn't necessarily do at a normal pace at any other time, that it's the case that I'm done with this shit. I'm tired of seeing you take this holding pattern. It is time to move forward. Not backwards, not stand still. Forwards. I will drag you if I have to. But if it's the case that you really don't want it and you're going to fight me for it because you think it's that important, I'm going to respect your I'm going to respect your personhood and decide to let you do that. But that also means I'm going to let you ruin yourself. And if you ruin yourself and then come to me and say, I made a mistake. I didn't realize that was what you were saving me from. It's going to be my job to be the one who deserves to have the right to be the, quote, Uzulu-like asshole to say, and what did we learn? Because my frustration is not about punishing you. It's about educating you. And that also included the part where I had to do that for myself and other friends. Certainly, I've been learning some lessons that the consequence of that lesson, having to be learned that way, is that I have suffered a lower stance that I have now than I could have had if I hadn't done certain things, made certain choices, not made certain choices, and had done certain other things. I would probably not have aimed about Amy as a friend if I hadn't chosen to take a day off from work that I thought I had the permission to, that actually lost me a job. I would have retained some people that are personal friends to myself if I, 1, allowed them to belittle me in a moment, and 2, sat there and did nothing at all rather than celebrating what I thought was a relationship that was more positive for a friend of mine than the relationship that she was in. And also, not telling her about how you are an important person to me, that I love you like a friend, but the only part that they heard was, I love you. And other shit like that. Lots of things could have gone differently, but at least I choose to commit to the position because it's the shit that I believe is actually necessary. Things that actually matter at the end of the day. Things that I can live with myself when I go to sleep at night. Whether I lay my head down on this pillow or on pillows that my wife's takes. End of the day, whether or not something comes to harm Devin's career or not, he's still my friend. But if my friend starts personally fucking me over because I choose to disagree with him and not go along with him, then it is the case that I'll have to say goodbye. Because some people can't be your friend forever. And that would suck. That would be really hurtful and harmful. Because it's like, damn, if I had done something better, if I had acted sooner, maybe I could have prevented this. But I'm not going to let that kind of anchor hold me to a position where I'm not going to make the better decisions for myself and for my audience and for my community. And for what it's worth, he's on a better traction now, not the way that he is with his career, but his community, because I made certain promises that I wanted to make sure I kept, and those promises are now not only kept and delivered, but the person that was causing it to be a problem is no longer there for me to be concerned. Not you, somebody else. I'll type his name. But it's the case that because that person is now no longer there in the position that they were before, they can actually move forward with their shit, that I don't have to feel any level of guilt towards that. So without that chain holding me back and holding back my opinions and my decisions, it is the case that I can now function better than I would have in any other situation if it were not the case that that was what was concerning to me. But in all of this stuff, especially when it comes to like building new friendships, building coalitions, building friendship networks that work similarly like any person with a friend group that all happen to do the same thing for money. Moving in that direction means that certain things are going to have to be sacrificed and certain choices are going to have to be made by me alone. And if it ends up affecting another person, if that person isn't on board with it, it's probably the case that I'm going to avoid it. And that's probably for the best. But for every other place where it's like someone's trying to compel me to walk into a room that I don't want to walk into, I'll use the example of Wick panels. Wick's entire position that he puts the content over the money, where I put... Actually, no, backwards. Where he puts the money over the content, and I put the content over the money. Not just, like, drama as content, but anything that I'm choosing to do, that I put my time into. It is the case that I'm going to put the content over the money, because this money don't mean shit to me, man. Instant Dracula flow. But the money doesn't mean shit to me. I did this as a hobby. I have always been about the games, the culture, the people. Nothing else matters to me. So if a person tries to come using this as a tool to guide me, it is the case that I'm going to cockslap them. Then in the case, if I go into a Wick panel, if a person brings up, well, Carl, what, you're not going to get angry that Wick is trying to stop you from going on an inane rant that we don't think is important? I'm going to call that person a slur. Because I'm in my permanent insult ultimate now. No one, with the exception of a couple of different people, but in the context of a Wick panel, I guess Devin, unless he's being completely obtuse, Wick and Stardust are going to get mercy. It is the case that I'm going to go there for what I want to do, which is to have a conversation. If a person's acting like a retard to stop the conversation moving forward, I'm going to call them a slur and give them what they fucking came for. Because if they're going to act like that, I'm going to give them what they fucking asked for. But if they try to tell me, well, you're not holding yourself to your standard, you need to do what I think that you should do, I'm going to instead do what is important. And that's kind of where I've arrived at. Because that seems to be the world that we're in. Because everything is now attention economy, attention economy. And it's the case that some people, they don't pay attention to shit because it's not fun for them. Well, assuming that you've been watching what's been going on with the Birdman, which I assume that you have, because you're sometimes here and sometimes you're lurking, which you don't say anything, and I don't know unless you say something. You know how I feel about the Birdman and his audience. If they don't like my content, why do they keep hate watching me? Oh, it's because they want to see something new happen. Okay, I'm going to put a spotlight on you. Oh, you don't like the spotlight? Stop doing the dumb shit. You're still doing the dumb shit. So the spotlight remains there. And that kind of cycle continues to stem itself into other things as well. Because for some reason, some people think that they should be allowed to just simply do dumb shit and no one's going to comment on the fact that they're acting like a retard. Same thing with Smash JT. Same thing with the people who are acting like anti-wokes and anti-anti-wokes when it comes to culture and content and politics. And so on, and so on, and so on. So, like, I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm burnt out. I would say that I'm fed up and I'm done in various ways with certain people and certain types of archetypes of people, but people's in specific in general, that bridge, I'll walk across it when I come to it. Now I can reconnect Twitch. I can't drop that slur on there. I would definitely get banned. What is your opinion to that?
I think it's a damn shame the direction Dev went down, especially, since I know exactly how he went down that path. I think that, I think his final conclusion of it being, there's kind of a conversation I have with a few people in Dev's community who left his community, where, we've kind of either stayed where we are, which is on the right, broadly speaking, or gone further right since then.
Mm-hmm.
Just to be completely honest, partially because of a factor of so I think that a lot of people who are on the right now are people who really do believe in, or really did believe in, this liberal conception of equality. And by liberal, I mean classical liberal 1776 sort of conception of liberty. Who feel like the way things are working out now from the liberal faction, the neoliberal modern consensus cathedral faction, they just haven't really lived up to those values very well. They repeat them, but they don't actually embody them. I think that, people like, I first noticed it with James Lindsay, who I mentioned before, and though, like, he's contributed, I think, quite a bit to a certain perspective of anti-communist thought, I also feel like the man blocked me because I said his conception of the woke right, as described by he himself, can also, from a certain perspective, be cleanly applied to him. That there are people who are broadly against the far left, who have this oppression dynamic about them. There's a particular way he wrote it that I'm not going to rehash, that would require a little bit of research. But basically, I was able to, put up a one-to-one comparison between how some of his critics see him and how he sees the right. And in response, he just blocked me. He actually called it woke projection, and called it the iron law of woke projection. He just blocked me over it on Twitter. So I was like, well, I mean, okay. But the fact that the man never talks to anyone, the fact that he, pretends that he's engaging in kind of intellectual discourse, while kind of just point scoring on Twitter, that sort of thing. The fact that he kind of just seems to be training people who comment on his comment section as basically he's raising an army of sycophants.
Yes.
And I feel like what Dev did by comparison is Dev used to be the kind of person to just let pretty much any insult against him slide. And then, because that wasn't a functional prisoner's dilemma strategy, let's say, and because he didn't really understand how to respond to that in a way that a normal person would respond because he's autistic, he kind of just went to the opposite extreme and just pulled the grim trigger on everyone and just blew them apart. Because there happened to be certain members of his community that were just unforgiving people that he saw as the same as social justice warriors that wouldn't forgive no matter what. The mob mentality thing, he saw that coming from people who were on the center right to the far right, especially people closer to the far right. And, since then, he's kind of put out this perspective of he is an honest person. He's started from that position. Started from the position that he's he starts there as an axiomatic point that he is honest, and anyone who disagrees with that must inherently be wrong. Meanwhile, I already demonstrated I already blocked him on Twitter. He could still contact me on Discord, but I don't contact him on Discord. I don't even think about him most of the time. Most of the time, I've been busy dealing with all sorts of real-life problems that he's aware of, by the way, when he decided to come to that conclusion. I don't stalk him. I don't watch his content. The only thing I interacted with him at all was on Twitter, and even then, I didn't really interact directly with him at all for I want to say 4 months, in which he contacted me twice to kind of take pot shots at me on Twitter. It's just kind of the idea that I'm stalking him or that I dox him is just absurd on its face to me. It just isn't borne out by the facts. He just said that sort of thing so that he didn't have to engage in a debate on the specific subject that he was clamoring for right-wingers to engage with him on a debate over. Sure, I'm not a content creator, and if that were the case, he could have just said that. He decided to go with a completely different line of defense for why he's not accepting, that sort of request of me. He could say, well, I didn't see it. I don't think that's true. I brought it up to him multiple times. Normally, he would just jump right onto that sort of thing. He didn't do that either. He just kept on going along with the line of the propaganda attack, which is, the right doesn't want to talk anymore, therefore they're not being honest. Or therefore they're exactly like the left was 10 years ago when they didn't want to talk about anything ever because they're just sort of defining themselves as right and burning their political capital in doing so because they occupy a position of cultural dominance or whatever. No, I just see all of that as dishonest. I see, the fact that he doesn't want to debate me on the right, despite the fact that I'm not even that good a debater. He's also not that good a debater. He admits that. He doesn't want to debate me, despite the fact that I'm on the right. Well, he says, people on the right don't want to debate. So that's dishonest. He covers with it by saying, oh, he's a stalker. Well, I'm the one who blocked you. I'm the one who stepped away from you. I keep distancing myself from you every step of the way, bit by bit. it happens that I actually happen to care about him because he called me his friend at one point. I took that seriously, and I was like, okay, if you're my friend, I'm going to treat you as a friend. If you're going to use that terminology to refer to me, I will accept it. Biggest mistake of my life, honestly. Well, not the biggest one, but, that was a mistake. Like, Dev doesn't... When Dev said that word, I don't think that word meant what I think that word meant. I think at the end of the day, when it comes to him, you're going to see all sorts of bits of dishonesty pop up over time, and the second you call it out, he's going to react with that grim trigger, and I think that's a stupid way of interacting with people. I think that's a stupid way of doing politics. And like, before even getting to the moral perspective on it, I think it's stupid. I like, genuinely, I think that he could come up with a better strategy if he weren't quite so arrogant. But he is arrogant. He is quite prideful. He represents that prideful boomer mindset, just like his politics are essentially prideful boomer politics, and his economics are prideful boomer economics. He's not going to change either. So it's kind of like, I think it's sad, because I would like to be his friend again. I wish I could talk him down from all of the from the political gamesmanship he's been engaging in, from this radicalization, this self-imposed radicalization, and from this perspective that just because he interacted with a bunch of bad apples, that everyone who thinks he's being dishonest is also a bad apple. It could just be that he said something so incredibly stupid that everyone around him just can't believe that he really believes it. And I think that that is the case more and more frequently as he burns more and more bridges. And the fact that he is also autistic on top of this just becomes a self-reinforcing problem. It really does.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because, yeah. And at the same time, it's like, if he had the humility, he could turn that autistic nature of his into a strength. Absolutely. But he doesn't. He doesn't have that humility. And, like, I've seen people near and dear to me literally die over that kind of arrogance. And it's just completely avoidable every single time. I think he's ruined his career over it. I think he's going to ruin basically all of his personal relationships over it. And I think he's never going to admit that really the unifying factor behind all of these people who were his friends, who really cared about him, who gave him every opportunity to step back from that cliff, that ultimately he was the one jumping off that cliff, not them.
Yes. It is the case in many situations, especially in the ones personally that I have DM'd him about that still am waiting for a response for. It is the case that I wish that he would instead step back from that ledge, my friend. I would understand. Because that is effectively the decision I was being pushed towards. The way that I see it is that I was being pushed towards my own ledge. And in choosing to jump off of that ledge, I unfortunately made a deal with Kratos. And apparently that deal was, I will become the stepdad of a child, and the future of my life is yours. And everything from there is like, I jumped down, I somehow hit a fucking trampoline, I sprung back up, and I just started swinging. Because every single person who was standing at my back pushing me towards the cliff were people who were not my friends, they were my enemies. And I say that not as content creators, I mean people in my audience were actively trying to sabotage me. People trying to get me banned on camera. People trying to trick me into rooms for the purposes of trying to emasculate and or humiliate me. While lying about me, while other people who know that they're lying about me are there in the room because they watch them construct the lie and then forget the human behind the screen while saying that I was doing this to them when they were instead doing it to me. I've had them do it from the angle of audience members, then telling me I don't know how to do my own content, and so on and so on and so on. So when I just started swinging on people, everything started becoming wild because the one who's normally quiet, who allowed us to be a doormat, no longer lets us be a doormat, and in fact is demanding that we do better. And certainly a lot of that change was encouraged by friends that are also now not here, because the same lesson was being applied to them, and it's the case that, well, I found you lacking. I'm not making you do this. You chose to walk out the door yourself, and I'm not going to beg either. And in those instances with creators that do this, I've watched so many channels rise, fall, and burn because of friends for various different reasons. People dying, people getting in car accidents that then have life-altering consequences for their autonomy and their movement and their well-being and their mental state. People just not being able to not fuck kids, and all the different kinds of levels of greed that come with popularity and fame. And it's just the simple fact that at the end of the day, I want my friends to be able to be my friends, and I want them to also be able to sit down and talk about their life, and also engage and interact and cross over with content, and everybody be able to move forward in their lives towards positive directions, not negative directions. And if they need help getting there, that people are willing to pick up and help them as need be. But especially in the dev case, I remain in the unmoved position right now. That is the way that I'm deciding myself if I have to speak about it, as I have been speaking on it for this time being. Only because we are having a conversation about basically the way that things ought happen, not necessarily things that are being planned or done. But Lord knows, if we're unlucky, Ace is going to fucking try to clip this or use this as argumentation for the future, claiming Carl's fence sitter. But I think right now he's more concerned with his argument.
I don't give a shit what Ace thinks.
I don't. I don't either, because we already know that he's a liar. It's just that this is what he does.
I don't watch his content. I don't follow him on Twitter. There's a DM in my Twitter DM box from him. Like, it's been sitting there the entire time. I didn't accept it. Like, I don't even talk with him. I don't plan on talking with him. I have more DMs in that I sent one DM to Aiden Paladin, basically saying, yeah, I think you might have been right about Dev to an extent. I think he's more dishonest than I was originally willing to admit.
But I say that in the instance because when it comes to the A-loggers are definitely a part to play in how Devin is choosing to move. If I look at Devin and I call Devin a nigga, if I look at Devin and I look at him as another nigga, he is making decisions to try and minimize the problem he has already admitted on camera that he claims that he has with people in his audience. He's trying to move against what he perceives to be a dissident right-wing audience that chooses to hate him because he will not fulfill the prescriptions that they have about something like Trump or politics in general, if not him just moving towards what he considers to be away from illiberal people towards what he believes are liberal people that may end up being progressive or center of left, if not more centrist, that some of us can very clearly read are trying to power scale and hide their power level as out-and-out devout progressive shitlibs and communists. Within reason. Not everyone, but a certain number of them. The ones that particularly matter, like Destiny. And it is the case
I think that his beliefs, as noble as certain ones of them that he says he has are, he doesn't live in reality. I think that what we're looking at now in the modern day is a fulfillment of liberal values. I think that Sargon is actually completely right about that. I think that we have had, in a sense, decades upon decades upon decades upon decades, for nearly a century, of these kind of liberal beliefs taking over every bit of mainstream politics. And I think he knows that. Like, that much I don't think is in question, even from Dev's perspective. What you could easily call it is just the long march through the institutions.
Yes.
Like, it isn't the case that liberals had this much control over society, even 1776 liberals, in, like, say, the 40s. Like, I view basically there being three branches of politics that you can definitely say are American politics. There's what is it? There's Jeffersonians, Jacksonians, and then there's New Deal liberals. I think that every other model of politics is something of an aberration. And you can say that New Deal liberals are essentially a continuation of kind of progressives. Like, you could definitely say that. I would probably say that there's some truth to that, which is why I kind of just categorize them as the same thing. But it's basically different models of liberals, libertarians, and statists vying for control. And that's a normal political model for us to engage in. But I don't think the current model of shit liberty is actually aligned with any of those. They're not libertarian, they're not really even liberal, and they're not necessarily even like welfare statist, like progressive types. Really, if you compare their beliefs to progressives of the late 1800s and early 1900s, their beliefs would be antagonistic toward them. In fact, I'd say that Mega's beliefs are probably closer to that model of progressivism in certain senses. Or you could compare MAGA also to certain models of early Whig politics, like American Whig politics in the early 1800s. Like, I think that the shit libs that he has found himself surrounding himself with by engaging with Wick, whose panels are essentially a bunch of left-leaning and left-wing individuals and a few neocons kind of arguing over what should be done about Mega as exists now. I don't think that's a productive environment to find yourself in. First of all, I don't think that's I don't think that's helpful. I think that actually just radicalizes everyone present.
Yes, because you need to
I think,
force. You need to force the push back against them.
yeah, and I think that Wick is just not that force. As you said earlier, he cares more about the money than the content, and beyond that, Wick also has the kind of pre-programmed talking points already within him, and those kinds of pre-programmed talking points, which are, to be fair, classical liberal talking points like that are not inherently wrong. In fact, like most people who are in the MAGA right, they agree with them. The problem is they are not being represented in reality. Like, if you have a system where you vote for someone, and then that person represents your interests faithfully and accurately as a collective, as a voting bloc that is constituents, and then that person, engages with the political process in such a way that a law is passed, signed into law, and then enacted faithfully by bureaucrats, such that the individuals who voted for the person have actually gotten what they wanted out of the process, then the process itself acts as a kind of victory someone in war. And that's the point of democracy. It's an alternative to war. But on the other hand, if you have people who every step of the way do so faithfully until you get to the bureaucracy, and then the bureaucracy just doesn't engage with it openly and fairly, or if you have a situation in which your elected representatives refuse to engage with what you want openly and fairly, choosing instead to focus on what focus groups want, or focus on what the people who sign their checks want, or there's some barrier between you and voting in the first place, then you see a breakdown of democracy as an alternative to war. And I think that's what we see in the UK right now. I think that you have people who voted for Tories, who voted for Brexit primarily to deal with mass immigration. And then they didn't do that. In fact, they accelerated it. And then they voted for a new round of Tories because they thought, well, we got Brexit, but they're not actually engaging with it. This must be a bunch of anti-Brexiteers in charge of the Tory party. Let's vote for different people, get them to elect a different prime minister, and maybe then we'll get what we want. Well, they didn't get what they want. And then they try another time and get Liz Truss in. They try another, and then Liz Truss gets ousted by Rishi Sunak, and then an election happens, and surprise, surprise, because they haven't been giving their constituents what they want, because they don't respect what democracy is good for, eventually you get the Labour Party taking over, and now they're just a bunch of fanatic authoritarians. So then, in response, now you're seeing the Reform Party, and now you're seeing Restore Britain, and Reform is now doing what the Tories did, and taking a step back and going, well, we're going to be a center-right party instead of a far-right party, because center-right, it appeals to me more morally. On the other hand, it's like, you're filling your ranks with a bunch of foreigners. Yeah, foreigners might actually resolve the problem, but it doesn't fill people with confidence to do such a thing. When you see these problems happening over in the UK, and you see that kind of you're seeing that kind of you see that kind of breakdown of the exact point of democracy in the first place. Therefore, you see people, people who are inching closer to war, civil war being the way to resolve their issues. If you look at that legitimately and either say, well, actually, it's the left doing this, it's not like shit libs doing this, it's not liberals doing this, even though liberals were the ones in control of both the Tory party and the Labour Party for a long time now, then I have to just assume that you're just lying to me. No, they were in control of both parties. They created this culture. They created a culture in which an entire third to half of the electorate just don't have their political beliefs represented. And, in response, going back to the US as an example, you have Trump, the rise of Trump. Well, what does Trump represent? Trump represents a breaking with the conservatives that existed beforehand. What that means is you have essentially a resetting of the board, because before that, you essentially had tit for tat going between the Democrats and the Republicans. But if Trump changes the Republican Party from within, or is at least trying to do so, and you're a Democrat and you're still competing with him, and you're a Republican and you're competing with him, and he's just beset on all sides, which he was, that's exactly what happened. It made perfect sense. That's a perfect heuristic. You can look at it and kind of look at all of the things that happened in his first term and figure out, yeah, John McCain basically blocked his agenda. The Democrats tried to impeach him and convict him before he even took office. Like that's psychotic. Well, what you're seeing isn't really from the Democrats a rational model of game theory. You're not seeing, the prisoner's dilemma, any rational thoughts being acted out with regards to that. What you're seeing is a faction that does nothing but compete all the time, no matter what. Well, I mean, you have to compete back. But the second you compete back, now Dev has an issue with it. Now Wick has an issue with it. Now all of the lefty-brained people on Wick's panel all have a problem with it, and they're pet neocon center-right types that exist just to get people to step back from competing with the left and the shitlib alliance. Suddenly it's, now this is a problem. Dev is surrounding himself with people who are exactly like that, who just aren't good for him in any sense. But they tell him things that he likes to hear. They say the magic words, and that's enough for him. And the same is probably true for Wick.
Yeah, I can understand that. There's levels to it that I obviously have contentions and problems with. Because it's the case that if I'm friends with a person that basically won't take my advice, what exactly is it that I'm friends with? That I'd say is my concern. And then on the side of the politics, even though I'm not a political creator, it doesn't mean that I don't notice the world that I'm obviously being shaped for and coming up in. It is the kind of sense of things that in other situations I would have taken a step back because not my circus, not my monkeys, not my specifics. But it's the case now where these individuals are using that as a tactic to basically justify why nobody's ever going to speak against them. And then it's the case that someone's going to have to speak up and say something and do something. Because the alternative is to watch them continue to basically play a social game that many of us didn't ask to sign up for. I'm going to take the position of I'm not letting you people do this anymore. Someone has to say no.
Yeah, understandable. Like, I don't ask you to, change your content in any way. I didn't even necessarily ask Dev to do that, which is just, him going on about, they're just mad that I won't produce the kind of content that they like and have the kind of opinions that they like. Man, I don't care. Produce whatever content you want. Have any opinions you want, even. But if you're going to sit there and, if I'm associating with a faction for what I believe are honorable reasons, and you're going to sit there and say every member of that faction is just a bad person or ignorant, and I'm like, wait a minute, could we talk about that? And you in response are just going to ignore me completely or call me a stalker or shit like that, then it's like, I'm not going to engage with you anymore. You're just not worth the time.
Mm-hmm. That's where they then say, well, you're not doing what you should do. No, I'm doing what I think is actually going to best serve my interests and the best use of my time. This is not a good use of my time. And in many cases, this is, technically right now, that's what Wick is currently doing, with people like Ace that are choosing to run this thing about things that Wick allegedly believes or doesn't believe about his comments, which, not giving any particular prescription or any particular judgment outside of what I've already said about Wick, because I just scrolled over it and just retweeted it. 1 second. When it's the case when I come across content like that, it's like, no, actually, yes, he's right. Go fuck that person. That person doesn't have the ability to come and tell me to do anything, because this person would not give me the same level of weight whatsoever that effectively aligns me to basically listening to someone demonstrate the reason why they are, in fact, a moralistic coward. So, I will put the example of it inside of CGG here. But it's the case, basically, where literally because of Ace telling a lie, and then Wick demonstrating the fact that Ace is telling a lie, and calling him out on that lie, there are people that are then saying, well, he's a coward, and then he invites them on into the panel, and then they say, I've seen how you do debate. It is the case that these individuals are people who actively will not go forward. They will not speak on their actions. If given another platform that wasn't Wick's, like, say, allegedly mine, because this is an idea that I've been kicking back and forth, because clearly there needs to be an actual space where someone's going to put the content over the money. These individuals are being put into a circumstance where they've been allowed the ability to just basically filibuster, argue, nag, fuck with, play social games about words, play social games about situations, and basically create a stage that is for themselves, by themselves, with a left-wing perspective always. And if any time a person comes forward and they basically do not immediately say the compelling words of the left, or they have a viewpoint that because they're all people who live under a rock when it comes to anything that isn't specifically this type of blood sport like politics, that they effectively try to dogpile them as they tried to do to me on my December 6th debate, which is why I've been in a permanent install the entire time, because the consequence that I did there was that I tried to give the benefit of the doubt, which was obviously the wrong choice to have made. With hindsight in my equation, I should have gone harder. I should have been meaner. I should have been ruder. And I should have been ruder for the purpose that I'm going to make him answer these questions. For those people that Devin is surrounding himself with, I won't say this about Devin himself, but there are opinions I have about him that are not necessary to this discussion. I've been holding in poop for like the last 10 minutes so that you could give your full statement. But it's in my opinion that if these are the people that we're surrounding ourselves with, you need somebody who's going to punch back. And not just punch back, but they're going to kick back. And not just kick back, but also start dropping double knee drops from 10 meters in the air directly in the center of someone's chest to cave in the chest cavity, to break to break the chest cavity and break open the chest like they are breaking open the wishbone of a chicken from Popeyes and start eating people alive. And as I described when dealing with people like the Birdman's fans, if you think these people are allegedly the thing that you think they are, it should be your job to wash these niggas. Well, in that degree, if it is the case that I have to go to places or discuss things with people that otherwise will not discuss them normally, if it does require me to go to a place that requires debate, I'm going to wash them. But I'm not going to go any further than that, because verbal is the maximum that should go to. The having the verbal outs with them is the degree in which I'm willing to go to. Past that, physically, defend myself for what it's worth. And then when it comes to the actual intent of where someone says, well, what do you know about politics? You don't cover political content. It's the case that, no, this is the reality of what we're dealing with. I live in the real world. I don't live in the world of being an inside boy and girl, because your policies and your ideals have actual real world consequences that people like myself have to live with. And on those concerns, I can agree with a lot of your prescriptions. Some of them I feel like are a little bit out to the reads, because obviously Wick lets multiple people on, but by the concerns of his audience, almost all of them are left-wing. I've sat in on some of their internal house discussions before. People allowing a idiot who does not actually understand his own worldview to navel gaze, while somebody like myself, a former federal worker, tells him about how the inside of the business actually works, and those people constantly filibuster the argument because they don't like the words that I'm using, and I'm using the exact words that describe the business. They're not willing to look things up. They're not willing to investigate things, to the point where they think, well, it's your job to inform me, and then this person tries to interrupt me in the middle of laying out the thing that they said they didn't understand. No, if they are that ineffective, and they are that annoying, they will eventually destroy themselves. But for the people who are smart enough to recognize how to build off of that, you are going to have to confront them somehow and beat them on the stage in which they choose to preen around on. That is definitely what ought to be good for the majority of society. But outside of that, fighting them a different way, other than having to do on the big stage, is probably important. And then with all of the supposed friends that are aligning themselves around Dev for what must be the night of the long, fat knives, the best I can do is try to, again, steer him away from that ledge. And if it is the case that he goes in that room, and they get him the way that Jesse Jackson ended up getting MLK, well, I warned him. And then when the loud, femboy sex noises happen from the other room, and he's actually screaming in pain, not ecstasy, it is the case that I'm just going to ignore the Courage the Cowardly Dog music that's currently playing, and accept that that's the end of the single-player Carl episode of Short Fat Otaku. Which is a sad way to describe somebody basically getting jumped in a circle of his own making. But, you know, I can't lead the horse to water, I can't make it drink, and I'm not trying to keep him as a house pet. So, he has to make his own decisions.
Yeah, he's been a bit too naughty. No, the Cowardly Dog. Look, I'm not funny, okay?
It's okay, that's the black man's job. But in certain places, because I am inside of what could be considered that circle, there are things that I'm not going to be capable of being liable to say because, again, honor-bound reasons. But I can tell you that Devin has been able to actually bring himself slightly out of some of those problems, but not enough of them to make enough of a difference in the opinion that I think you would be concerned with, for that to be considered him getting off the route that he's currently on. he seems to be very much stuck, as I've described before, being in a cave where he won't come out the cave because he inundates himself with work. This is the way that he chooses to describe it. There are hundreds of little itty-bitty things that take up time in his day that keep him from doing the things that he says that he'll agree to do with other people and stop him from collaborating with other people. And in my concern, where I described he's choosing to make choices where he's choosing other things over other things, if I bring something to his attention, it is the case that I probably won't hear about it for a month, or 7, and then I tune in and I see him showing his ass on Wick, antagonizing his former friends that he now considers to be not his opponents in debate and argument and discussion, but now full rivals and enemies.
Well, so I'll try to keep this short since you said you have to use the restroom. So whenever you pay rent or pay a mortgage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you pay your electricity, you pay, your cable, your internet, your phone. Some people don't have cable, I don't know if you do. You pay these things because they're what?
They're considered necessities.
They're the cost of doing business.
Sure, yeah.
Engaging with your fellow content creators in a cooperative way that can improve your channel and therefore improve your base in some way, or just alter your perception of things just a little bit. That's the cost of doing business, of having relationships like these, of having professional relationships, of just being a person who exists in the world as such. If Dev isn't willing to pay the cost of doing business, he shouldn't really be surprised if his relationships eventually start to degrade. If he's spending so much time doing other things that he's not able to really move forward with certain things that can improve his efficiency long term, then he needs to drop certain things that he happens to be doing in order to engage with those other things. Otherwise, it's a matter of he's going to lose certain things if he doesn't. And if he values other things over it, he should just be honest about that. Like, he could just say, no, I don't have time for it. No, I'm not going to make any promises. No, this doesn't reflect poorly on you. Yes, I made promises in the past because I didn't want to, disappoint you in the short term, and it seemed like the easier short-term answer. He could just be honest about that, and you'd probably just go, okay, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to happen. I get it. We don't have that kind of relationship. Like, there would be consequences of that, but it's better than just it blowing up in his face at some point, because he just doesn't engage with it.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely one of the things that I obviously already consider as a part of other things, because of course I can't necessarily have a conversation by myself about it, but it is the case that in choosing to put forth the time to consider the options that are before me, that I'm smart enough and wise enough to be like, there's a reason why this is happening, and if it's something that I've done, he should tell me. If it's something I haven't done, you should probably tell me. Otherwise, I have to assume something is what something does. Because the function of the system is what the system actually does in practice. If it is the case that in practice, where he has the opportunity to do anything else, he's instead choosing to do what he's doing, either this is his way of trying to send me the supposed message, or there's something I'm missing. Either way as it is the case, that's whatever. That's just pretty much up in the air for what it is. And whatever that's worth is whatever that's worth. But past that, the concern that I best have is I'm more concerned with the how do I stop you from potentially getting yourself hurt kind of connection here. And that's obviously the harder part to have the discussion on, because that's the part that isn't easy to really address whatsoever, no matter how hard I try to address it, at least. Because that's where things are going to end up blowing up in someone's face otherwise. But moving forward past that, in the concerns of, like, him improving, a lot of those decisions only came through with basically bullying from other friends starting to take place with it as well. I've actually found some level of kinship with some of those people because the fact that they also understand exactly what it is that he's doing to himself and believe, bro, you don't have to do that. You could do something else. And that he's just got it stuck in his head that he has to go out doing this. He has to do these things. He has to behave this way. And it's the case that many of us are getting him to realize that actually he doesn't. But in the ways where it matters, it seems like it's more of a focus on him to choose to do what he considers to be the funnier thing. I don't know if I would necessarily say that it's the funnier thing, but it certainly feels like it's the more objectively obtuse thing. Especially if we're talking about just like, how are you going to deal with people who you think have your best interest at heart versus people who don't. But for whatever that's worth, my only thought that I could really have in the greater sense of the topic before I potentially shit myself is that I know where it is he thinks he's going. I can see the path ahead of him a little bit because, you know, these people's intentions are pretty obvious. Like, they don't really hide the intention, is what I'm trying to say. And it's like, listen, if you like getting fucked, then more power to you, but I don't like getting fucked. So, when I see somebody trying to fuck me, I leave. When you see somebody trying to fuck you, you stay. I don't know about that, bro. But hey.
So what you're saying is someone is going to piss on its cat.
Someone's going... I don't know if... I'm not sure I know what that phrase means. What does that mean?
Boondocks joke.
Ah, okay. I thought that's what you... I thought that's what you meant, but yes. It is the case that someone's going to piss on his cat. And more than just pissing on his cat, they're going to piss on his cat. They're going to piss on the couch. They're going to piss on Naomi. They're going to piss on Dave. They're going to piss in Dev's mouth. They're going to piss on Dev's things, including his new realm of... his Republic of Gamers computer. They're going to piss on everything after they've had their way with him. Then I can't save him from having that happen because, well, Dev knows best. As sad as it is, that is basically the fact of the matter. And I wish that it weren't that. I wish I didn't feel that way about it, but it's very much obvious to me that that's how it is. Because especially in the attention economy side of the internet, this is the way that everything ends up going when people are deciding things. It is how the way that things end up going in the way of discussion and decision making. It is the way that things end up going in the way of almost any and everything. It is the case that people only want to pay attention to the thing they think is the most interesting. And the thing that is more interesting, if we are really looking at the timeline of what is under and in the Manila folder that is considered the content, air quote content, of Short Battle Otaku, if you remove the politics shit, it's all drama shit. It's all former friends turning into enemies because he turned them into enemies, watching him destroy himself, and cheering it on as it goes down a downward spiral. Some of those people do it. Some of those people do it.
I don't want to consider myself an enemy.
I don't. I'm talking more specifically about the people who are compulsively every day adding to the heap. Which, that's Ace, that's Uzlu, and any other person, including one of my own personal friends, we had to cut off between myself and Jay Longbone, because he just could not stop trying to effectively say, if you won't be against him, then I'm against you too. And it's like, I'm not for him, but I'm also not against him. Why do you need me to immediately do the same thing you're doing? I'm not jumping off the fucking bridge, bro. And they said, you're a pussy, and jumped off the bridge. And now they put themselves in a room where now none of the people that are associated with them like that person, and that person is miserable where he is. And nobody's willing to help him because we told him, stop doing it. He didn't listen. I cut him off. And then the other friend, Jay, cut them off as well, because they were willing to do all this bullshit and basically thought, well, I like black vagina, so that means there's something redeemable about me. And she's like, no, nigga! But anyways, those people that he finds himself against, that Devin finds himself against, that are willfully adding to the shit pile that is leading towards the inevitable fall or decline. I would like to say not necessarily ruination of his life, but worst case scenario, let's say ruination of his life. So not just that his channel ends, but something were to happen to him that makes him have to basically stop creating content forever. Both political work, streaming content, whatever. Anything where he shows up not as himself but as Short Fat Otaku, or whatever name he's going to change to when he chooses to go with it forward with this this channel rebrand that he wants to do, that he believes will put him in alignment with the thing that he actually wants to do. The way that it's happening, the things that he's producing, people aren't interested in what he has to say. They're more interested in the things that are being done to him by people who are choosing to have fun at him, involving things that involve him, or drama that he's done in the past, to use as a permanent cudgel and ledger against him, to say, this is why you deserve to die of fat. I call it the die of fat cascade. I think I mentioned it earlier. In this die of fat cascade that's going to happen, it is the case that people keep building up a reservoir of obvious bullshit that he will not address. A good case example is something that he had said on the last sip or second from like week before last, where he was making a joke about the fact that he would do revenge against an ex-girlfriend of his by trying to basically sexually implicate himself with that child at the age of consent when they became 18 plus. The way that he said the joke was already cringe. I cringed at it. Madrybread, another friend of his that ended up calling into the broadcast right as he said it, was cringed and thought it was pathetic. But this is obviously something that, for the A-loggers such as Ace, they took and they claimed and they put on the timeline to show, look, Dev's back at it again. And the thing that I can clearly see that is mounting is that there's going to be this mountain of drama, this mountain of more and more compelling reasons. Not really compelling, but air quote compelling, for people on Twitter who don't actually see him as a human. Therefore, it's easier to add on to the shit for. There's going to be a compounding mile-high hill of shit that will stand against him. That because Dev spends his time spending it on all these little bitty things that matter more to him than, addressing his dramas, addressing the lies made about him, addressing the perpetual stories that are being told as a mythology about who he is, to the point that he reaches the echelons seen only by the likes of Steve Shives and DSP and Low Tier God and Chris Chan, that he eventually is going to have his life ruined because people are going to start doing what they do to Sam Hyde, which is trying to interactively fuck with his content directly. The way that they ended up getting Fish Tank canceled, for example. But they're not going to just stop at trying to troll content that Dev does. They're going to escalate and escalate and escalate and escalate. And Dev's never going to push back against it because Dev he's an inside boy. Which I should say he's an inside man. By inside boy and inside man, I mean they're online debaters that don't actually go outside and do anything seriously. Carl Benjamin, Sorgon Makad, he's not an inside boy. He is an outside man. Not only is he fighting for his politics in this country, he's doing so, and he's focusing on the things that matter most in order for him to accomplish that goal. That means that he can't spend time going on panels and debates unless it is with people that he believes are going to seed a good ground for an argument that he's willing to put his time into. Is he going to put his time into a WIC panel? No, he's not. That's just a simple fact of the matter. No, he is not. Why is he not going to do it? Because he doesn't trust WIC. He doesn't trust the mentality of WIC. He doesn't trust the mentality of the people at the WIC panel. And unless he has certain assurances, such as like a moderator who's actually going to do their job and cut the microphones off of people who are going to filibuster, gish gallop, sea lion, and use Mott and Bailey's to hide from actual discussion and actually engage, he's not going to go. He knows that. He knows that for you, he knows that for Ace, he knows that for Uzulu, he knows that for Aiden, should he wish to engage in content with Aiden, where he's not antagonistic from the get-go. He knows that for any person who would necessarily argue against his position, where he would just see them as a normal enemy, not just a opponent or a proponent that he's discussing things with in the content. He will put himself in a higher and higher position, where similar to how Ethan Klein was told by Jordan Peterson he was going to put himself in a higher prescription that are going to make more demands of him for the left-wing audience before they eventually cannibalized him, and he ended up breaking bread with Hassan Piker. It's going to be the case that higher and higher demands for in-group preference are going to be made by the left wing towards Devin, and more of the people who are being pushed away from Devin intentionally by his choices, as well as his politics, are going to find themselves in a similar position with his content, that he's going to irrevocably be pushed and popped like a pimple from both pressures. Because if he doesn't go with the left wing's going to cannibalize him and basically do the thing to all of us that they've been doing to all of us for years on end, but especially towards him, because now, with friend-enemy distinction at play, when he got this close, they're going to feel a level of betrayal that justifies them to lash out the way that they always do. And we know that to be the case. But then, if he goes with the right-wing side, they're never going to truly believe and forgive him for the things that he's done during this time period leading up to these events. And certainly Devin's going to coast on that unless he actually does sit down and do something to alleviate said pressure so that he doesn't eventually get his career popped like a bubble. Because for him, the personal is becoming political. Not just his political takes, but actual, real life, lifelong vendettas that will close doors in his face. The left wing are doing it, the right wing are doing it. He might not notice them, but I can see it happening because I see how these people talk. It's not hard, of course, obviously. This is made better now on Twitter because in Dorsey era, we would have never been able to know this. But now, inside of the Elon era, I can in fact see these people talking with subtweets about people, especially if they're public figures that like to make these posts publicly, and it is the case that they're not very smart about it. But you know, we don't look at people like actual Birdchick because his girlfriend, and whoever is a part of that leftist, what word do they use to describe it? To describe him in El Chapo Chop House. The dirtbag leftist era, these people have transformed from dirtbags to outright scumbags. They are very open about their politics and what they want to do. But the more duplicitous people that are just there for the ride, for the uptick, for the swing vote, and for the opportunity to build off of him, they're going to continue to demand his involvement in higher and higher escalades until eventually they can get nothing else from him, and then they will do to him what they do to everybody else, which is again the night of the long fat knives. And
yeah, but like I noticed this problem, say in probably the late 2000s. It's been a long time, and it's kind of what's led me to the right. I think it's that if you engage with a certain worldview, certain ideological worldview, which identifies certain, you know, I guess you could call it the boomer truth regime, but it's more generalized than that. If you treat certain things as true, even if you're not steadfast to that position, even if you can change your mind theoretically, first of all, most of the time you're not going to change your mind unless it personally impacts you in some way. And second of all, even if you do change your mind, and second of all, it's very difficult for you to actually do so, which is why I have no real faith in Dev, why I don't think he possesses the ability to actually resolve this, and I don't think he's going to listen to anyone externally to resolve it, is because he's taken this position that the left, and by the left he means the shitlips, he means the liberals, which he doesn't really have a distinction between the two, not an accurate one anyway. He treats them as the good guys, and therefore the right as the bad guys. If you look at, like, the shit that the left has been up to, like, take the Charlie Kirk situation. It's like you saw social media accounts across every social media site sitting there and cheering for the death of someone they knew nothing about. Mm-hmm. They have never watched a single Charlie Kirk video. All they know is that he's the guy who debated college kids.
Yes.
And they're not kids, they're adults. When you're 18 years old, you're an adult. They try to stretch the idea of what a kid is because they remember when they were that age, they were dumb and didn't understand anything. So then what? Is a kid 25? Is a kid 30? Is a kid 50? We can't just sit here
well, they tell you they tell you that children are 25 years old now, like, because their brain isn't fully formed or whatever.
Which is psychotic. It's psychotic, yes. Frankly.
To save you some breath, I'll try to summarize for you. It is the opinion that Anthony Edward West, the Birdman, has, that when he says Charlie Kirk was a person who created a career off of debating people who did not have fully fleshed out opinions, fully fleshed out opinion person haver is basically an adult, and any person who does not have that is a child. And then when they think of and they look at Charlie Kirk, despite not knowing anything about him or how he chose to debate, they think of people like that of the yesteryear content from the feminist-owned compilations. They think of Christina Hoff Sommers, they think of Ben Shapiro, they think of pre-gay Milo Yiannopoulos, pre-secondary gay Milo Yiannopoulos, before he wrote his book, and they project that onto him because they remember once upon a time that they were kids without fully fleshed out ideas, and they don't want to remember the fact that that was who they were, because it means that they would then have to put a lot more work into thinking about how they think about this. Okay, continue.
it's just like I think we've pretty much said everything that needs to be said, honestly.
More or less.
Yeah, like Dev just he probably isn't going to change his opinion. He probably isn't going to change his behavior. There's not really much anyone can really say to him. You can try for your own personal satisfaction, and I recommend you do. Personally, it's just if Dev were to actually sit there and decide to DM me and say, okay, fine, I will have it out with you in VC. We'll do it privately. I don't want an audience for this. It might get emotional. Fine, we'll have it out. I think there might be something we can gain there. Then I'd go, okay, splendid, and drop pretty much anything I'm doing, supposing I'm not doing anything like really, really important at the time, and just talk with him for like an hour. And I think that if at the end of it he goes, okay, I understand your concerns, I apologize for this, this, and this, I think I went too far. This, and this, I don't think I went too far. I would sit there and go, okay, apology accepted. I'll treat you like I used to treat you, with probably a little more cautious respect toward that relationship. But like, he's not going to do that. He's never going to do that. He has too much pride. That's it.
I suppose. Yeah. And then where it matters, the future that Negrodamus here is prognosticating will come to pass, and then people will be like, what? That's so crazy. Where can I find a June the King video about the fall of Short Fat Otaku? And assuming that it doesn't already come from his already prescribed real vendetta-based enemies, it's going to come from some person who sees the opportunity to do to him what they did to Pirate Software. And then he'll have to sit there and probably not watch, but if he was to look into it, see this viewpoint of this entire space of the internet that sees him, sees what he does, and tells them, and tells him, tells of them what they think of him and his work. And where we would have told him this in polite confidence with, okay, now that you understand, you see where we're coming from in that alternate timeline where he does that, well, here's what we're going to do to fix it. It is in the case here that he's going to basically continue to be headstrong and say, no, they were all wrong and I'm right. And we'll just be like, nigga, and then we all move on with our lives. But that means that we move on our lives without him.
Okay. I suppose there's another drama about this.
No, don't.
So I'm just gonna like, what?
Don't concern yourself with it, Lemon Duck.
Ouch. All right. Well, with that being said, you need to use the restroom, and I need to go give my mother her medication. So I'm gonna go.
You'll go need that. Medication is the most important thing you can ever need.
Yep. So, yeah.
Now,
besides money and a shelter, and like road, family, and friends.
Now, with that being the case, I'm gonna end the broadcast, but the rest of you are more than happy to stay and talk with each other because I really like to shit.